Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the second annual Niskies. How are we tonight? Can I get an exclamation Nisky in the chat, please? Welcome in, everybody. I am so freaking excited to see you. I'm so excited to be here with you. Look at all of these golden Niskies showering down upon me. All right, that's the last time I'm making that joke. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the second annual Niskies. I cannot express to you how incredibly excited we all are to be here with you and to be putting on this event yet again. Last year, we threw together this event in 2 short weeks, believe it or not. It was stressful and hard and involved a lot of sprinting to get things done at the last minute. In fact, many of the slides, graphics, and content pieces last year weren't completed until literally the morning of the event. On top of that, I was at the tail end of an illness during last year's event and would actually end up aggravating that illness and making it last an extra few days, getting worse, way worse before it got better. And you could, if you go back and watch last year's show, you can watch me just like fall apart, especially like my hair just becomes more and more disheveled as the night goes on. But that aside, I say all of this to let you know that last year's event was pretty rough around the edges, but that we were still able to put on a show, and a 4-hour show at that ended up being something we could be proud of. Not only that, but when I did my annual content survey at the end of last year, the return of the Niskies was the #1 piece of content requested by the Goop Troop. Let that be a lesson to you. If you don't enjoy this show, make sure you fill out the survey come December and let us know how bad we suck. Of course, the more obvious reason to let you know about the behind-the-scenes weaknesses of 2023 would be to paint a contrast between that show and this one. We've now had a full year to iron out all the wrinkles, straighten out all the kinks, and make this show something truly incredible. Well, I am excited to announce to you that we did none of that. We learned 0 lessons from last year's show, and we refuse to improve. We firmly believe that the faults of this show are where the charm lives, and we've actually decided to double down on our issues, intentionally creating more for the sake of... oh, hang on. The producer in my ear is informing me that I'm revealing too much and they'll cut my pay if I keep going. Okay. To be entirely honest with you, we have put in a bit more effort than we did last year, and we've learned a few lessons from last year's show, like a few. We can't count that high, so it's just a few, okay? But I wouldn't expect too much from us. After all, we're still 4 busy adults who are creating this show as a labor of love for you, kind of, but mostly for Nisk, let's be honest. With all of that said, let me say once again that we're thrilled you're here, and we're thrilled to be putting on this show for you. We didn't know how successful we would be last year, and we were pretty thrilled that we made it through the whole show with just a few relatively small hiccups, most of them being that I accidentally muted my mic. So if you're doing a drinking game with tonight's Niskies, like maybe Goop accidentally leaves his mic muted, should be on the card, because it's a good way to get some drinks down. You'll have to stick around. Oh, sorry. So let me give you a little teaser of what's in store this time around. First of all, you can expect some awards to be handed out. That happens. We hand out awards on this show. We've got many of the same major categories as you would see on other award shows, with a few curveballs thrown in courtesy of the brilliant mind of Niskolas Patterson. And I will take this opportunity to remind you, as I did last year, that he does not pay me to compliment him, nor are there any threats upon my life currently. You'll have to stick around until the end to catch the really big categories, of course, so I'd say it's worth being here the whole time. Of course, you might remember that last year we weren't able to secure the rights to show any real movie clips on stream, so one Spartan Mellow and myself had to make our own clips. If you enjoyed those, you're in luck, because Hollywood still refuses to acknowledge our legitimacy, and the shorts are back, and possibly more scuffed than ever. We've also got some peeks into the minds of our other illustrious hosts. Each one of us will be taking the time to share some of our thoughts, feelings, and critiques about cinema. And yes, you will have the chance to play more movie trivia again this year, hosted by yours truly. Those will take place between blocks of categories to help spice things up and give us a chance to take some breaks. New this year, you might also hear from some new voices. I'll save that surprise for later, though, and I'll let you wonder whom it might be. In the end, we hope that this show can be something special for you, because it's certainly special for us. So pop some popcorn, make yourself a fun little drink, We've already done that, of course. And strap in. Feel free to sound off in the chat with all of your movie opinions. And of course, be sure to spam exclamation Niskies when an award gets handed out. It brings us so much joy. This is sure to be a night to remember, and we're glad and possibly sorry that you're here. We know the type of psychic damage we might be about to inflict upon you. But thank you, genuinely, for letting us do this again. Before I pass things over to Bill to reintroduce himself, I would like to remind everyone that we've got alert sounds muted during the content portions of today's show. I genuinely, seriously appreciate the support so much. And it is still totally okay to cheer bits, gift subs, or subscribe, but we will wait until the breaks to play the actual alert sounds. So you will still get them. They will just be a little bit delayed. Alert sounds removed. Thanks for helping make tonight an especially fun and chaotic night. That's all I got. That's actually the entire show. No, I'm kidding. That's all I've got for now. I'm going to throw it over to Bill, though. Bill, take it away.
Thanks, and great to be back. This is my once-a-year appearance on Twitch and on this channel, it seems. And I'm really happy to be here. I love talking movies. I'm a good friend of Nisk. We kind of exchange notes and talk movies all year long. And we, this is kind of the thing at this point that it kind of builds all up to as the year goes on, and we see many of the same movies as the year goes on. So I am happy to be here to support him. But to be honest, I'm equally here excited for the skits that Spartan and Goop are going to put on. Part of my movie journey as the year goes on these days is I sit and I watch a movie and I think to myself, what are those guys going to do if Nisk nominates this? That is like a part of my experience going to the movies now. So I'm here for that. I'm here for Nisk, and I'm here because I love talking about movies, and thanks for having me back.
Yeah, thank you, Bill. We're going to throw it over to Spartan. And I'm not joking when I say this. My set list says Spartan says hello. So look forward to that. Spartan, take it away.
Hello. How y'all doing? All right. Yeah, if you guys don't know me, my name is Spartan Mello. Sorry, Mom, if you're in the chat that you had to see that. Oh, God, she actually is. Hi, how you doing? Yeah, once again, my name is Spartan Mello. I'm a former streamer who can talk very loudly and gets very passionate about statistics and things like that. Nisk is somebody who has really inspired me to get back into movies, especially as a medium. And this year, especially with the momentum that came off of the Niskies last year, was probably my best movie viewing year ever. Not just with like the number of movies, but like the different types and everything like that. And so, you know, if anything that you guys can take away from the show, aside from the silly bits, it's that, you know, movies are good. They make movies just as good, if not better than they used to. And you should go see movies, especially in a theater, and help out that industry, because turns out they make some pretty great things. And yeah, I don't know. Thank you. But I think it's now on to Nisk to give us some good stuff.
All right, Nisk, take it away.
It's me. I'm Nisk. It's me.
That's you.
The end. That's not the end. What a weird thing this is that we're all here for. But in my not so humble opinion, the beauty of this rich and long-running show is in finding and celebrating joy in art and film in particular. For me, and hopefully for many of you, is it's a gateway to so many things. You know, it's a window into someone else's life, into understanding those different from us, a way to change our own perspective, or sometimes just a great way to spend a few hours while Keanu Reeves kills like a lot of dudes. This past year was truly special in the range of things we got out of cinema. We had brilliant debuts from first-time filmmakers, as well as triumphant returns from masters of the form. We saw quiet and personal films on life, love, and loss. We had stories of revenge, deception, and redemption. Movies about how far one would be willing to go to protect the ones you care about. Movies about whether the truth really exists or if it's something we'll have to decide on our own. Movies about what it means to stand up for your beliefs and empower others. Movies that reminded us that sometimes you just have to keep on going, whether you understand the play or not. You just keep telling the story. Even a movie about a man so haunted and broken by his own failures his inability to stop the imminent destruction of seemingly everything around him, and about man's futility in the face of its own horrible and awe-inspiring creation. But that's enough about Godzilla minus one. Oppenheimer also came out that last year, and people thought it was okay, I guess. In short, movies is good. Movies is good. It's my favorite way to spend the year and to spend time with others. I'm beyond thrilled that you're all here to enable me to rant and celebrate the cinematic year. So, without further ado, until we eventually have much, much more ado, let's get things going.
All right. Well, let me just say again that we're so excited that you're here. I'm so excited that these boys are here and that they agreed to do this with me again this year. Really, honestly, I have to say they do much more work than I do. So I just plug things in. They do all the creative stuff, all the good stuff. So.
No, don't get away with that. No, Coop does as much, if not more, than anyone that's probably, I guess, well, Nisk and Bill. You and I are tied. We're tied for last place, bud.
All I do is the thinking. I don't put any actual work into this.
Okay, so look, this is the perfect symbiotic relationship because what I need is a person in my life to like lean in and like look close and like stare me in the eyes and go, hey, ding dong, you should actually do the thing. You want to do it, I'm making you do it. And these boys make me do it. They do. So please don't quote that. Before we jump into the categories, I do just want to say a question has been raised once or twice in the chat about where my tie is. And I have to say, I was planning on wearing a bow tie tonight. And I went to tie it, and I haven't tied it in so long. It looked bad. And so I just decided to be a little more cash this year, a little more casual. I'm playing it off the cuff. Enough about me, though. We're going to jump into some categories, and we're going to talk about some movies, because the first thing this night is about is Nisk, and the second thing this night is about is movies. Did I get those in the right order? I think so. Yeah. So we're going to kick things off here with Bill talking about our first category, which is action choreography. Here are the nominees.
So the nominees for Best Action Choreography are Ballerina, Creed 3, John Wick Chapter 4, Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1, and Polite Society.
Bill, did you want to talk for a brief moment about action choreography? I kind of jumped the gun there just a little bit.
Sure. Yeah. This is a category that I think over the last few years, especially this year, really has built some momentum towards getting included in other prestigious ceremonies besides this one. I think there's a nominee in this mix that came out early this year that made a lot of waves and made a big impression on a lot of people that got a lot of conversations going about the need for a lot of recognition for things like action choreography, stunt work, and I'm really grateful that it's here in a category unto itself here with the Niskies, and looking forward to seeing what Nisk chooses here. I also, real quick, I would love to say that there's a really wide variety of kinds of movies here. There are small little indies that didn't get big wide releases like Polite Society. I think Ballerina is a streaming title. And, John Wick Chapter 4, Mission Impossible, it doesn't get much bigger than stuff like that. Creed, obviously, as well. So, love the pool of choices, and I can't wait to see what Nisk goes with.
All right, get your exclamation Niskies ready, and Nisk, take it away.
The winner of the first Niski of the night, this year's action choreography winner is Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1. Even though they're not calling the next one Part 2 anymore, don't worry about it. This franchise started so long ago that anything else at this point would have just really fallen off, and they're just coming back for the money, and there's no real inspiration left in it. And the problem is that, against all odds, Mission Impossible basically gets better each time. And the fact that it's mostly practical is also insane. If you've seen basically a Mission Impossible movie in the past about 10 years or so. But just know that it's almost exclusively happening in camera is absolutely unreal. And I do want to jump onto what Bill was saying, the fact that we are at this point in time closer than ever to getting some form of Academy recognition for stunt work at all is I'm so excited. The fact that they're working on like a casting announcement would mean that in theory the next thing is stunt work, and I'm over the moon. But as per usual, we did it better and we did it first. So
Right.
shout out Niskies. Just saying.
Yeah, tell
Shout out
them. Oh, also, did I say in the alerts command all songs that I owe for today will be done on Monday's stream? That we're gonna delay those until Monday, so I don't have to worry about it here. So alerts with an S should work there. Sorry about that.
You did say that.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Nisk, for your good thoughts on action choreography and Mission Impossible, the longest title ever. Now we're going to toss it actually right back over to Nisk so that you can talk about breakout performances. This is one of my favorite categories. Hit it, Nisk.
You betcha. So the breakout award is something that I like to throw in there that isn't some places have like a newcomer or a thing like that, but basically this category is for someone that I was not really familiar with before this film year that left such an impression that all I can do is sit back and wait to find out what's next because I'm that excited about what's left to come. And so we're just going to celebrate some people that, as far as movies are concerned, because I'm not a big TV guy. Some of these people were on TV shows. I don't watch TV, so
Yeah,
they're all new to me as far as movies are concerned. But the nominees for Niski's breakout are Ayo Edebiri, Greta Lee, Charles Melton, Sydney Sweeney, and Jeremy Allen White. And the winner is Jeremy Allen White. I know that The Bear is a very popular show, and I would like to watch it. I'm just so bad at TV though, so I haven't done it. This is, as far as I know, my first time seeing Jeremy Allen White was this year, and I've seen him in like 2 or 3 movies. Um, he has a certain quality about him. There's and Bill, maybe you can sort of co-sign what I'm getting at here. There were a lot of actors in like the early 70s that just felt like there was something caged within them ready to break out and make something big or make a mess of something, but something that you can't look away from essentially, right? Whether it's
Yeah,
like a young De Niro, a kind of guy like
Pacino.
that.
Yeah.
And I've been getting that vibe from Jeremy Allen White, especially in The Iron Claw. But I'm just so excited to find out what he's doing next. He was in Shameless. That's a TV show. I haven't seen it. Never heard of it. Who is it? It's got the Star Wars guy in it.
You
Yeah, I
got it.
definitely agree with everything you just said. I think he has that quality of. I think he's going to become the kind of go-to character actor for somebody who's got something bubbling beneath the surface that's about to explode. I think if you watch The Bear, you're familiar with that that vibe. That's every episode, all show long, and in his appearances this year, he's kind of followed that and really excels in those kinds of roles. And he's definitely crossing over. He's not just a TV actor anymore. That's for sure.
I muted myself. It happened for the first time. There we go. I talked while I was muted. Everybody take a drink. Woo!
Okay.
There have been... All right. Okay. It's water, Mom, if you're wondering. Just kidding. It's a gin
Mine's
and tonic. I know you'd be proud of that too. There have been a lot of like memes online, like images putting him side by side with Gene Wilder, and they look very similar. Like, yeah, it's pretty uncanny there. So, rock and roll. Excellent. Well, that was our breakout of the year, the Niskies breakout. Our next category goes over to Spartan Malo, I believe, to talk about youth performances. Spartan, the floor is yours.
Yeah. This was one of the new categories that we added for this year's youth performance. I think it might be one of the two, maybe. Can't remember off the top of my head.
I think it's the only one.
Okay. But this came about because as Nisk and I were, watching movies like media movie boys do, we eventually started to see enough of them along the line where it was like, hey, that performance was really good, and specifically was around these child actors. These are youth performances, and started to notice that it was really a big theme of this year, that there were a lot of absolutely incredible performances. And every time we would see that, I would just kind of needle him. All right, so when is the Niski for the best youth performance? And I'm really happy that we were able to have it for this year, and this is absolutely incredible group of individual performers here. And so without further ado, I present to you the nominees for the Niski for Best Youth Performance. The nominees are Ariana Greenblatt from 65, Milo Machado Granier from Anatomy of a Fall, Abby Ryder Fortson from Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret, Madeline Yuna Voyas from The Creator, and Catherine Clinch from The Quiet Girl.
And the winner for Best Youth Performance is Milo Machado Granier from Anatomy of a Fall. Now, Spartan, I'll have you jump in here a little bit because you and I watched this movie together. This wasn't the movie that you first brought up the idea to me, but I believe this was the movie that I decided that you were correct and that we had to do it. Because in a movie that is, like most movies, a lot of adults talking at each other, the performance that we get here it's relatively quiet and understated, but with just so much going on under the surface,
Yeah.
Tell me about what brought you into this one.
Yeah, it's a performance specifically that, as you said, there's so much going on, underneath the surface of, the movie itself that any kid would have to go through normally. And it is not that you are just seeing, oh, hey, this is somebody who's acting through a situation. You really are given, a full range of emotion, both from the positive and the negative, and the heartbreaking, as well as the sometimes feeling like this is, you're seeing somebody processing through trauma. And it is a performance which is so layered and so impactful that, it honestly, it could have been up for Best Supporting Actor overall. Like, if that, category wasn't so stacked for this year. It is an absolutely amazing performance. And, when you look at that performance from Milo, it's just absolutely incredible. Like, they deserve it, and they carried a very good movie, I think, with their individual performance.
Excellent. Well said. Well said indeed, he said, checking to make sure he wasn't muted again. Very self-conscious about it, turns out. Thank you both for your thoughts on youth performance, and congratulations to our winner there. Folks, we've made it. We've made it. This is the end of the show. Congratulations. How many times can I make this joke? No, we have made it to our first big nominee list, I should say. These are the ones that are large enough in our eyes to get some shorts made about them. So if you could do exclamation merch in the chat, that was a joke. But we're going to show some shorts on the screen here. Again, as a reminder, because Hollywood will not recognize our legitimacy and will not give us the rights to show actual movie clips. So Spartan and I had to take things into our own hands. Thank you for shilling for me in the chat, y'all. I appreciate ya. Let's take a look at our documentary feature category, shall we?
I cannot find where I'm supposed to do this. No. 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 Wait a minute. I'm in Utopia? But then... Well, I guess I'm finally beyond Utopia.
Hi friends, Goop here, not Goop as a character in a sketch, but real life Goop, Goopus McGurg from twitch.tv/Goopus McGurg. And right now I'm supposed to be doing a sketch, but instead of doing that, I just wanted to chat a little bit because the sketch that I'm supposed to be doing is 20 Days in Mariupol, and I don't feel like making jokes at the expense of that right now because I don't know anything about world politics. That's not true. I know very little about world politics, but one thing that I do know is flags. And so I thought I would just take this moment to show you the flag of Mariupol because honestly, look at this bad boy. I think it's sick. Does it have a seal in the middle of it? Yeah, but it's a pretty good seal. It looks pretty good. Does it have a seal at the bottom as well as part of the larger seal? Yeah, but that one's pretty aesthetically pleasing too. Does it have words on it? Yeah, that breaks one of my typical rules of flags, but I don't know what they say, so maybe that's a little bit of Western bias poking through, so they don't seem to bother me so much. Does it have this like weird double border that includes checkerboard pattern that gets inconsistent around the corners? Yeah, it absolutely does, but for some reason, this flag is just working for me. I pulled this up and I was like, oh, maybe I could talk about, I can talk about this. So, I don't know. I've got some fascination about this flag. I think it looks really great in the way that the Maryland flag looks great, where it kind of breaks the rules, but I think it does it in a way that, like, is appealing to me. Like, it just works for me. It just works for me. So, I'll give you a couple more seconds to admire the flag of Mariupol, and we'll move on to the next one. Thanks for taking this break with me. Have a good one. Bye!
1, 2, 3, 4. All the single ladies, 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 all the single ladies. Now put your hands up. Oh gosh. Oh God, it's a ring. And it's for me? Oh God, I need to rewrite my character. I need to go through some sort of change, some rebirth, maybe a Renaissance, a film by Beyonce.
Now aren't you a sexy little Simon Says? Hey man, you been here before? Yeah dude, what's up? Yeah, that girl over there, like, what's her deal? Oh, the girl with the ears? That's Weird Deborah. Weird Deborah? I wouldn't say it too loud, it's not the most flattering nickname, but she's kind of earned it. Ooh, hey there, Hopscotch. How are you today? Quite a nickname. Why do they call her Weird Deborah? No, she's nice enough. It's not like she's like super odd or anything. She just like, she's super forward. And she has this like weird thing where she gives people nicknames based on like children's games. Hey, Duck Duck Goose, what have you got going on later tonight? Oh, people are just like cool with that? Yeah, nobody really knows where it comes from, but she's kind of a local legend, dude. Well, you're quite the Red Rover, aren't you? Now I kind of want to go talk to her just to see what she calls me, you know? Like, I've got this kind of weird curiosity about it. But she's not my type. She's not my type, but I kind of want to know, you know? Nah, dude, I get it. I bumped into her once, like 3 years ago, and she's been calling me Mumbledy-Peg ever since. I don't even know what that is. Foursquare, you gonna stand there all night looking, or are you gonna buy me a little drink? Yeah, screw it, man. I'm gonna go talk to her. Whatever you say, dude, shoot your shot. Hey girl, are you Deborah? Well, hey there, it's nice to meet ya. I just wanted to say hey. I can tell just by looking at you that you are one hot potato. All right.
Man, movies are something else. They're just so dang good, right guys? Well, I guess while we're at it, I might as well go ahead and tell you the next nominee. The movie is Still, a Michael J. Fox movie.
Yeah, I think so. That's a really good idea. Oh, hey, boss. All right, boys. I gave you until noon. It's time to show me what you got. And it better be good, too. Nintendo's been killing us with this Mario character. We need a hit, a banger, something that absolutely slaps. Yeah, I know, the pressure's really on, huh? We've got to have the next best platforming character today, or we will not make our number. So, tell me, what you got? Okay, so here's what we've got. He's a raccoon, but he's also a burglar. Okay, I like it. It's got promise. What else? Yeah, and he's got this, like, crook thing that he uses, like, as sometimes a weapon, as sometimes a thing to help him get around. Sure, all right, I could see how that works for the platforming, sure, uh-huh. Yeah, and he's got this big storyline about, like, trying to get these, like, special items. He's trying to pilfer them without being caught, and there's a lot of, like, jumping and running around and stuff. Okay, yeah, people love that stuff. Well, thank you, boss, thank you. I'm really glad to hear you like it. Okay, all right, I'm liking where this is going. Very valid. Now, what kind of name do you have for it? So here's the thing, we kind of don't have a name yet. You don't have a name? Well, we've got a last name. We thought his last name would be Cooper as a reference to D.B. Cooper, the famous thief who stole a bunch of money and then jumped out of an airplane and was never caught. He's like a ghost. That's what our guy's like. Okay. Yeah, the first name has given us a little bit of trouble. Well, hit me with what you got and I'll tell you which one's the best. Okay. Slippery. Slippery Cooper? That's a terrible name. That sounds like a fish name. Yeah. Thief? That's not even a name. You just said what he does. See, I told you. Slick. Well, that one's the most disgusting one I've heard so far, so congratulations on that one. I'm pretty sure we get sued if we call him Slick. Yeah, it is kind of gross, huh? Secret? That's not anything. You're just saying words. Cooper. You just thought if you repeated his last name, Cooper, that would be good? Sneak. You're just saying the same thing over and over again. Quiet? Does he, like, not speak or something? No? Then that's a terrible name. Well, we've got one other idea. Jerry, I think it's time to hit the panic button. Okay, man, if you're sure. Here goes nothing. Ride, tie, die, buy, lie, fly, my, sly. That one.
All right, how big of a breath can you take in? I mean, pretty deep, I guess. No. I mean, way deeper than that. What's the deepest breath you can take in? I mean, okay, wow, man, that's kind of pathetic. Is that really the deepest breath?
Oh my God. Who are you? How did you get in here? Has Daryl been selling tickets to my workshop again? No, I snuck away from my tour group. And I heard that you had an office here, but I didn't believe that it was actually true. But look at all this stuff. Like I'm some kind of circus exhibit or something. Stop that. Don't touch that. What does it do? Doesn't matter what it is. Don't touch it. You didn't even look at what I picked up. Can't you see I'm hard at work here? Oh, but there's so much cool stuff here. I just want to know about everything. No, I don't owe you anything. You've broken into my lab. I broke into your office. Aren't you worried that I might, like, hurt you or something? If you're interested in my work, I can't imagine you're a threat. More like some chess club nerd. Okay, fine. I'll leave if you just explain to me what some of these things are. They all look so cool. Like what is this? Fine, if I tell you what something is, will you please leave me alone? It's an early prototype for a bag of holding. It can hold almost anything. You don't want to know. Okay, that's pretty cool. What about this thing? That's what I call the vibraphone. It's a cell phone that runs entirely off of vibes. There's no battery inside. Oh, no way. It won't turn on. You don't say. Oh, what about this? Is this like some kind of cure for cancer or something? That is what's commonly referred to as lunch. Oh, what about this? Just tell me what this thing is and I'll get out of your hair. That one's a little bit tough to explain. It's a memory card that harnesses quantum strings to both hold an infinite amount of data and also never degrade. There's no loss when storing something upon it. But that's impossible. I mean, the infinite storage is one impossibility, but you're saying that this is... That's right. I've created eternal memory.
Nowhere is safe from those monsters. Just need to find somewhere that I can get... Wait a minute. Is that That could be safety. That could be huge. Oh my gosh. I wonder what's in here. You're in the wrong neighborhood, punk. Oh no, 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 no. I gotta get away from the pigeon tunnel.
Hi everyone, Goop here to talk to you about a book called The Power Broker. Now, if you're not familiar with The Power Broker, this is a book about Robert Moses, who was famous for kind of accumulating a lot of power and then ruining New York City in a lot of different ways, in search of more power. And, I got this book in the mail today, and the first thing that surprised me was how incredibly hefty this book is. Just to put this into context for you, I did the math, I counted it out. There are 18 pages of pre-content in this book. There are 1,162 pages of actual content. There are 10 pages of notes about like the philosophy and the method of the content. There's 5 pages of selected bibliography, as he calls it. There are 68 pages of notes on the content, like how he gathered interviews and who he actually talked to. There are 34 pages of indices at the end, and then there are 6 pages of post content. I just timed myself reading 1 page of this book. And to be clear, to be honest, I am not a fast reader. I would consider myself a pretty slow reader. It took me about 2 minutes to get through 1 singular page of this book. So doing the math on this a little bit, we take our 2 minutes, that's 120 seconds, times 1,303 pages, that gives us 156,360 seconds. We divide that by 60, that gets us minutes, that's 2,606 minutes. If we divide that by 60, we get 43 hours, 43.433 repeating hours. That means that on average, if I read at that average speed, it'll take me 43 and a half hours to get through this bad boy. Now, I read like optimistically 20 minutes a night on average, okay? So if we take that 2606 and we divide it by 20 minutes, that means that I'll finish this day, or this book, in 130.3 days, which means that if I start today, and I'm recording this on February 18th of 2024, I will finish on June 27, 2024, optimistically. This book is nothing to mess with. This book is nothing to mess with. And like, this isn't even a bit. This isn't a sketch. I had other things in mind, but I picked this thing up and I knew I just had to kind of like do the math out loud to tell you how ridiculous this book is. And this is considered one of the greatest nonfiction books of the 20th century. This isn't even a joke. I just wanted to adequately explain to you how long it would take to turn every page. All right, and we're back. Nisk wanted to say a couple of words before we jump into to the nominees here. I hope you enjoyed those shorts.
The first thing I wanted to say was, yeah, I don't know what that was either. I'm glad it was there, but you don't understand. I'm literally looking at the list of nominees and trying to figure out what's happening in these shorts in real time. I haven't seen any of this either, so it's a great time for all of us. No one knows what's going on. Could not be happier. An actual note, though. So for categories like this that have 10 nominees instead of 5, the fun little twist that we have is that instead of a single winner, there is a podium. There's a bronze, a silver, and a gold. Now, other award shows have said this, but here it is like genuinely an honor to be nominated. But we got a bronze, we got a silver, we got a gold to really show who's on top of their craft. So, just to remind you, in case you didn't understand everything from the shorts, the nominees for Best Documentary Feature are 20 Days in Mariupol, Beyond Utopia, Hot Potato, The Story of the Wiggles, Renaissance, a film by Beyonce, Sly, Still, a Michael J. Fox movie. The Deepest Breath, The Eternal Memory, The Pigeon Tunnel, and Turn Every Page, The Adventures of Robert Caro and Robert Gottlieb. The Bronze Niski goes to The Eternal Memory. The Silver Niski goes to 20 Days in Mariupol. And the Gold Niski goes to, still, a Michael J. Fox movie. Now, I don't know for sure if 2023 was just a stronger year for documentaries than 2022 was, or if it was just something that I was able to pay closer attention to. But last year, this was something that we only did 4 nominees for, and I was honestly struggling to cut this one down to 10. I do think it was just a much better year for having films like this more accessible. A lot of these are available on streaming currently. Obviously, 20 Days in Mariupol is, a relevant and important topic, and it's not an easy watch by any means. The Eternal Memory is about watching someone go through dementia, so it's also not an easy time. But like, what are films for if not to take a look into someone else's lives? And with Still, to see behind the scenes of, you know, an actor who hid his Parkinson's diagnosis for so long and then has become the champion of it, and to see how it does affect him off the camera, was one thing. But it's also just told in a fascinating way where there's like it's almost staged reenactments, but narrated by present day Michael J. Fox. Um, and it's easy to make a story like this about suffering and about pain, but the way that he tells his own story is something about triumph and about strength. And I really appreciate seeing that. I just thought it was an incredible year for documentaries.
Excellent, Nisk. Well, thank you so much. I gotta say, I'm the one who put together the slides for all of these. I saw all the winners in advance, and this was like maybe the #1 category that like specifically made me want to go like watch the films inside of it. If that's kind of a weird way to say that, but I used to be like a big documentary boy. Like I would go to class, and then I would come home, and like at least 2 days a week I would watch a different documentary. I would just cruise streaming services to try to find something, and all 10 of these, like if I can bring it back up here for just a second. All 10 of these were absolutely incredible. And also the biggest problem with this category is that I had to choose a picture of Beyonce to include on that slide, and that there's too many good ones. She has so much presence in everything that she does. It was hard to pick. So, thank you. Excellent. That wraps our first block of nominees. This is where things get, if you thought the shorts were fun, wait until you see Spartan. This is where things get a little bit wacky. We're gonna toss things over to Spartan, or as I said last year, we're gonna throw it back to Spartan.
Throwing it back.
And he's gonna talk to you about. My notes say statistics. Is that correct?
Yeah. So we did a survey, which we'll also be throwing out again at the end of the Niskies this year. And one of the pieces that kept on coming as feedback is that people wanted actual Spartan stats, and so I have made sure to calm down this year. We're doing this professionally. My job is like I'm a full-on analyst. I was only kind of like a partial analyst at this point last year, so like I have some real data for you guys, and I even made a PowerPoint. So Goop, if you want to bring that up, let's calmly and cohesively go through some Niski stats here. So first of all, once again, welcome to the second annual Niskies. If you missed the first one, you missed a good time, but we can do a quick recap of what happened. So let's go to this next slide and talk about it a little bit. So once again, reviewing last year, lots of movies were given awards. A lot of them were not given awards. And as such, we're going to start to look into that a little bit deeper. So moving on to the next slide, what we'll be able to do is start to look at kind of boring stuff, but I mean, this is what the people wanted, right? This was the feedback. So who won the most? It was Everything Everywhere All at Once. They won 8 out of their 10 nominations, which they were the most nominated film. The next highest was at 3 Niski wins. So like pretty damn impressive that Everything Everywhere All at Once not only won, but won so dominantly. You know, The Fabelmans' Decision to Leave and The Banshees of Inisherin did get some love, but nobody quite got hurt as much as Nope did, who got nominated 8 times and won 0 of them. Oof. Next highest losses was at 5. Babylon and Fabelmans were tied there, but at least each of them got a chance to win, something that Nope didn't. So, but I digress. We're not going to dwell on that. That's old Spartan who would dwell on it. We're moving on. We're being serious. So as we go to this next slide, yeah, all right. So I wanted to look a bit more into it. Nisk was a decent predictor of the Oskies at the end of the day. Out of the 13 major overlapping categories, which I quickly skimmed through, Nisk got 8 of them correct. So like, hey, Nisk knows what he's talking about. And also, if you for some reason have some degenerate gambling around the Oskies, look at what Nisk does. You got a good chance of getting it right. I would say though, Nisk did like Nope more than the Academy did because of the nominations. But once again, he didn't give him any actual Niski awards. So like, let's just move on from that. You don't need to spend time here. Let's go to the next slide. It's fine. All right. One of the things, oh wow, that really pulled in strangely on this. So there was supposed to be flags for each of the corners of the pie. I don't know what happened between my computer and Group's computer. But one of the things that we focused on last year in Spartan Stats was that, you know, we had a lot of different representation as far as countries and, you know, where the movies come from. And we saw that, yes, the US produced films still won the most, but especially compared to other lesser award shows, Nisk did a really good job of, you know, picking a wide variety of films from where they were from, a number from the UK, you know, everything. Like we had a Norwegian film that won 2 Niskies that was, I think, The Worst Person in the World, South Korean, Japan, like lots of representation there. And so we're all building a picture of what we should expect, right? You know, this kind of boring picture. And if we go to the next slide, we can try to make some predictions for what's going to happen the rest of the night. You know, yeah, I'm kind of feeling the same, Jinx. Let's go to the next one. Oh gosh, is it getting stuffy in here, guys, or is it just the PowerPoint? So Nisk likes stuff that the Oskies like. He also likes non-German foreign films more than they do, although they had a real hard-on for All Quiet on the Western Front. So my predictions for the rest of the night: the best actress is going to go to Greta Lee, best lead actor Cillian Murphy, animated film Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, best director. This was one I didn't pronounce or didn't practice pronouncing, so I'm going to not do it here. But the director for Broker, and best picture is probably going to be Oppenheimer. So that's my predictions for the night. Nah, we're not ending there. Spartan Stats isn't ending here. Let's go to the next one. Let's see what we can do. How do y'all feel about letters? Huh? Let's go. All right. So I ended up looking at every single letter specifically. So last year, as far as what happened is movies that contained the letters E, V, and S massively outperformed. Now that could just be Everything Everywhere All at Once, but like that doesn't talk about S. That doesn't do any of that. Meanwhile, they underperformed if they had M, A, or N. Sorry, Bill. Apparently he hates you. But you can also say around things like, hey, if you have an X or a Z, fuck out of here. You're not getting anything. Sorry, family-friendly stream. Sorry, Goop. But you got a 100% chance of getting a Niski if you have a Q in your name. This is getting wild, y'all, but we can go deeper. And we're going to go deeper. Goop, hit that button. So, can we go deeper? Thank you, Mr. Nodders. That's exactly what I wanted to see. And so as we go into the next one, I ask you the most important question here. How does Nisk feel about length? No context provided. Niski winning movies had an average length of 23. Imagine the own units that you want here. Just let your imagination go wild. Meanwhile, the rejects, the ones he hated, averaged a length of 14. These are letters, by the way, but still, Nisk likes them big. Big conclusion here. All right, let's keep on going. What's next? What's next? What's next? Oh, gosh. Man, it is getting warm in here. Question, is Nisk a cop? 0 films that had the word criminal that were nominated last year actually won. Coincidence? Niskalus? Maybe. But if we go to the next slide, I think I have a better answer. And that answer is nope. Just like the fact that nope, he's not a cop, and he freaking hated the movie Nope because he gave it 0 Niskies, even though he nominated it God knows how many times. All right. But there's a point to all this. There's a point to what I'm saying. And group, if we go to the next slide, we can figure it out. BBGB, I know he owes a song, but the better question is, can we have graphs? Yes, of course we can have graphs. And hopefully they don't look as cursed as the last one as we go to the next slide. Behold. Behold the graphs. You can see the frequency of letters in the Niski winner, so that's how you can see that he has a real hard-on for the letter E, as well as that average length. Look at those histograms, people. I hate histograms, and this is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. Nisk rejects the small ones over to the left, and he loves them big right there, as well as some medium boys in the middle. And with all of this, we can make some conclusions. Let's do it, Coop. Get to this last slide. I need to go into beach mode, y'all. You've heard of beast mode? Well, this is beach mode. All right. Best picture prediction, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. Why? While it does have man in it, it's very long. It has lots of E's, V's, and S's. It's going to be best picture winner. It's going to win everything along the way. Animated picture? Well, maybe not that one, because Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem not only is the longest one of the night. Sorry, Goop, for when you were saying, oh, this is the longest one. No, it's not. TMNT is, and lots of E's and lots of fun letters in there. Best foreign film, Return to Seoul. We know that he still likes foreign films, and is one of the only ones that actually had good letters in it. But there's a bigger question we can be answering. One, that is for the ultimate prize. This is not the Stanley Cup. This is, in fact, Goop hit it. The question of, and who deserves this, is obviously, who is the best boy? I'm sorry. We were all under the impression that Nisk Patter was the best boy, were we not? But if we start rolling through the scoop, slowly but surely, Nisk Patter, if we think about the letters in it, I don't know about that. He's a medium boy. Medium length name, doesn't contain any E's? It can't be Nisk Patter who's the best boy. But who's next? Who else could we think of that could win it? As we think through, could it be Goopus McGurk? You know, it's another medium boy. He does have some E's in the name. But I don't know. If we keep on rolling through these slowly but surely, I don't think it's Goop. What about somebody else in the community? Maybe not on this call. What about somebody like Kevbone? We all love Kevbone. Is Kevbone the best boy? Well, no, obviously, according to Nisk, he's way too short. So instead, who could it be? Goop, I have a very important question for you as you hit that button one more time. Oh, sorry, 2 more times. I'm not this vain. Move on. It is not me. It is not me. Let's be clear here. But Goop, what is the name of one of your cats? Specifically the one who loves anarchy?
Boots Nathaniel Whittaker McGurk, first of his name, King of the Andals and the First Cats.
Yes, can you please put his picture on? Thank you. When we're talking about the best boy, it is the man with the longest name. It is the man who loves Nisk probably the most here. Sorry, Lexi. But let's be real here. It is Boots Whittaker, who is obviously and mathematically the best boy. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Have a wonderful evening. We have some really awesome cameos we're going to be showing you here in a second. But until then, thank you for Spartan Stats. I hope you guys enjoyed the little tangent that we went
on. Are we okay? Oh, Goopymon spawned in the chat, by the way. Exclamation catch to catch that Sakura Anable? Enable? Look, folks, we're going to go to a break soon, but before we do, I promised you earlier that we would have some new names checking in with us this year, some new voices to be heard here on the Niskies, and we're going to hear from a couple of those right now. I'm thinking there might be some people that some of you will recognize, but I'll let them introduce themselves.
Yep, indeed. First of all, it's an honor to be on the channel, and it's an honor to be on the Niskies. I'm Jakenheimer. If we're talking about movies that we loved in 2023, you can look at the shirt. It may be obvious. I'm not sure. Maybe this is giving a hint. Maybe this is giving a hint. My choice, my personal choice for best movie of 2023 is Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. I could talk about it for hours. I still haven't rewatched it because I don't want to finalize it yet, if that makes any sense. But do I even need to bring up the soundtrack? The series has been known for an amazing soundtrack. This one fits right in. The first 2 hours of the movie, I laughed. The last hour, I cried. An amazing ending to an amazing series. Guardians of the Galaxy 3, what else could you ask for? Another movie? Yes, but it was a good way to end it. Thanks for letting me be on the channel. That is my personal pick, the Bub's pick, for the best movie of 2023. Bye.
Good.
Why, hello! I didn't see you there. I was busy, pondering my orb. What was I pondering, I hear you ask? Why, just one of my favorite movies to come out of the year 2023. Let's ponder it together, shall we? Dungeons & Dragons: Honor Among Thieves follows the bard Edgin, played by Chris Pine, who is clearly having a blast, as he turns to a life of crime to try to make a better life for himself and his daughter. But just like any D&D game, they make new friends and new enemies, and things get messy real quick when they find themselves in over their heads. As a lifelong D&D player, I absolutely loved all the callouts to the lore. I won't spoil anything for you, but it definitely had me going all Leonardo pointing meme from start to finish. It feels exactly like players in a real game, right down to the overpowered DMPCs and the buck-wild, chaotic problem-solving that we all know and love. The beautiful thing is, though, you're gonna love this movie even if you don't know a single thing about Dungeons or Dragons. It's outrageously funny, action-packed, and it's got this kind of heartwarming sincerity that's a breath of fresh air after a decade of those quippy, self-aware type action films. The character development is tremendous. I personally love their portrayal of the lifelong platonic friendship between Edgin and his barbarian bestie Holga, and them finding out what it means to be both a parent and an adventurer. Honor Among Thieves really and truly has something for everyone. Even if you're not into swords and sorcery, go ahead, get out your +1 bow and give it a shot. Hey.
All right, folks, we're going to go to about a 5-minute break, and we'll be back with more of the second annual Niskies. Thank you for being here, and get excited for the next segment. We'll see you in the next one. Bye. Oh, yeah.
For the guests, GOG and D&D were awesome and so are you.
Oh no, knock knock, open up the door, it's Kiz.
So Samoa Joe, you take your 33 and a third chance minus my 25% chance, and you got an 8 and a third chance of winning at sacrifice. But then you take my 75% chance of winning. If we used to go one-on-one and then add 66 and 2/3%, I got 141 and 2/3 chance of winning at sacrifice. See, Joe, the numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for you at sacrifice.
Wait, no. Wait, no what? You didn't have to do that. It says you gave me real life money on the internet. Hey, hang on. Hey, did you think that through yet? I hope you know the value of the dollar that you spent. Hey, thanks.
Happy birthday, not a lady. We're celebrating you today.
Wait, no. What? Hey, thanks for, Oh, God! Hey, thanks. You just gave someone a sub. You're a baller and a real friend, and I bet they feel the love. Hey, thanks. Ah!
Kevbone 316 gifted a tier 1 sub to Jakenheimer. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Oh, yeah.
For the guests. GOG and D&D were awesome, and so are you.
I like you.
Wait, no, what?
No chair frown.
Wait, no, what? Wait. Did you just marry me?
Oh yeah, hot dog. You're done for.
Thank you for gifting some subs to the chat. You're a winner and a scholar, and I bet you also look good in hats. I feel confident enough to say that, but I hope your family's wealthy or your paychecks are fat. Cause you hate money, yeah, you hate money. You hate having it so much you just threw me a couple bucks, you know. You hate money, yeah, you hate money. And I know these words are funny, but I'm overjoyed you like me like that. I don't know if I like those words. Wait, no, what? Let me be clear on this. Nisk Powder is right.
Double first. Well, what a wise old sage that Spartan, and I want to put extra emphasis on the old part. Dude is ancient, like 1,000,000 years old. May, thank you for reminding me to mute alerts. I appreciate that. And Spartan, thank you for being a wise old sage. Your wisdom has come in handy here so much.
It was the cam.
You don't need to apologize. That's all good. I really appreciate it. Welcome back to the second annual Niskies. We've made it through our first block of nominees, and it's time for us to jump back in. As a reminder, if you're curious about how the alerts work and why we just played them instead of just like having them go off during the show, you can do exclamation alerts in the chat. You can also do exclamation Niskies literally whenever you want, and it will explode with Nisky awards all over the screen just like this. Thank you so much for demonstrating, Spartan. Explosions. Next up, to kick off our second block here, we're going to start things off with directorial debut. Nisk, this one is all you. Take it.
That's all me, baby. One of the things that I enjoy the most when it comes to movies is being able to follow someone's career and watching how they grow, watching what they do the same, what they do different each time. So like when you get, I'm just gonna throw some names out there of people who've been directing a while. Some names like, I don't know, Christopher Nolan or Martin Scorsese. You get to watch them over time and see, what their career begins to turn into. So it's very fun for me to watch from the very beginning when you get to see someone's first film and find out where they're going. And so I've always loved having a debut category to recognize what someone is able to accomplish the first step through the door. So the nominees for Best Directorial Debut are Rain Allen Miller for Rye Lane, Cord Jefferson for American Fiction, Michael B. Jordan for Creed 3, A.V. Rockwell for 1001, and Celine Song for Past Lives. And the Niski goes to Past Lives. This is a movie that has really stuck with me for a long time. And I think it's also based in part on a real life that's not necessarily relevant to this, but for a first time out, to be able to handle such a delicate and intimate story, it'd be really easy for a director to get in their own way and overcomplicate things, or I need a flourish here, I need something flashy here. And to be able to step back and know where to be at the right time, but to let the story take control is something that I think does need to be recognized just as much as someone who does something big and grandiose. And especially for a first film, this was something that I fell in love with right away. And we've been hearing words about where Celine Song's going next. And everyone should remember that name because I think we've got a lot of incredible things to look forward to. But yeah, Celine Song for me, Past Lives, best first-time filmmaker of last year.
All right. Nisk, thank you so much. And congratulations to Celine Song for winning our first Niski of our second block here. Somebody in the chat asked, Michael B. Jordan directed Creed 3. And I have to say, I believe he's, quote, in charge of the Creed verse now. That's what I read in a headline.
Not Scott Stapp?
I don't even know who that is, but I know who Michael B. Jordan is.
Scott Stapp's the singer of the band Creed.
Oh.
That's a joke for Hannibal Lecter, I guess.
There you go. Yeah, unfortunately, Michael B. Jordan is also directing the band Creed now, so good luck.
Why did you say unfortunately?
Oh, goodness. And just as a quick aside, for anybody who didn't have an alert play, I apologize for that. Sometimes they don't pop up on my alert list, but if you point them out to me, I can refresh, and sometimes it'll pop back up, and I can help you out. So, and that joke did officially land with Hannibal Lecter.
My girl.
Next up, we've got the ensemble, best ensemble category with Mr. Spartan Mello. It's all you.
Thank you. Yeah, when you're looking at an ensemble award, it's not just going to like, oh, hey, this movie had really great writing and the people were able to flourish within it. You're really looking for a situation where the cast and crew kind of all come together to just make something that, is incredibly fun or is incredibly powerful together with just the combined force of all the different actors and actresses, as well as the writing and everything else really building together. It's an ensemble. And with that said, I don't have a lot for this category specific, but when you see the Niski nominees, I think it'll be evident for any of you who've seen these movies why they've been nominated, because the entire cast is just amazing. And without further ado, I'm proud to announce the nominees for the Best Ensemble Niski. The nominees are Asteroid City, Barbie, Bottoms, Mission Impossible, Dead Reckoning Part 1, and The Color Purple. I think I got one wrong on there. My notes might have been a bit off. Nisk, would you like to clarify which one should actually be? Is it Oppenheimer? Did I get that wrong?
Yes, Oppenheimer is in, Bottoms is not.
Ah, I don't know where I found that from, but Oppenheimer, apologies instead of Bottoms.
And the Niski goes to Asteroid City. It's no secret at this point the incredible ability that Wes Anderson has to fill out a cast on his films, and a lot of them recurring. But the thing that always stands out is when someone is new, there's a new addition to the cast. And for anyone who's seen this, just about every actor is in this movie. There's so many people in this movie, and the weight is carried relatively evenly. But each person, no matter the size of their role, just has so much to give, even in a few short lines. And the addition of newcomers like Tom Hanks in particular, like just a dude who just gets the job, understands what he has to do, and dives right in. But there's so many people in this movie who all understand exactly what it is their job is to add to the film. And my favorite full ensemble of the year, easily.
I gotta say, hearing the phrase newcomers like Tom Hanks is pretty funny out of context.
You're right. I think this kid's going places.
Yeah, this is like
I think he's got it.
His second or third film, maybe? I don't know. Was he not in the breakout category? I don't know why.
Yeah, in Niski's breakout, he was in 6th place, just missed the cut. Dang.
Oh, so unfortunate. He was also on an episode of Last Meals by Mythical Kitchen. Highly recommend. Check it out. That's my plug for the night. Is watch Tom Hanks talk about death. There you go. Well, thank you, Nisk, for that. Our next category is not something to be settled. It's something musical. And we're passing things over to Bill to talk about scores.
This is one of my favorite categories because it's so easy to revisit and think about it as the year goes on. I'm a huge fan of movie scores. I spend a lot of time behind a desk at work with headphones on. Most of that time is spent listening to scores like the ones that are mentioned here. And I am going to rattle off those 5 nominees now. We have Godzilla -1, Oppenheimer, Poor Things, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, and The Boy and the Heron.
And the winner is Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. For all you fans of long titles and the letter E, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse by Daniel Pemberton. I believe, of these 5, definitely the earliest in the calendar year of the scores. And it's not just because I had the most time to spend with it. From moment one, this was a score that I absolutely fell in love with. Pemberton's work in this and also Into the Spider-Verse, really, really incredible stuff. I feel like when people talk about film scores, they don't usually talk about animated movies, which is a shame because, even in the obvious stuff, like Randy Newman's been killing it for Pixar for I don't know how long. But it's just such a dynamic and percussive score that even without the incredible visuals, just does so much work even when you're just sitting there on the couch with one earbud in. Big fan of this score. Spartan, you're a music boy. Would you like to hop in here at all?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those soundtracks and scores that like I consistently listen to. It made it, I think, into like 5 out of my like top Spotify tracks of the year. It's an absolutely incredible score, and the fact that lesser award shows recognizing it, I think, is a real disservice, and I think it potentially could be due to the fact that this is an animated movie, and that it's an absolute shame because while the other nominees on there, I actually made it a point to try to listen to all their scores if I hadn't watched the movie itself. This is a really incredible just soundtrack that not only fits well to the movie, which is a big thing, but also can really stand alone on its own and is powerful on its own. If you ever need to run through a brick wall, like, you can put on half of the tracks from this score and you'll be successful. It is an incredible piece. And like anytime Pemberton does the music for a movie now, like I will be there because I don't know how good or bad the movie is, but that score is going to be something to remember.
Excuse me. Hi, I'm getting a message from my lawyer that we actually can't tell people that this score will give you the ability to run through a brick wall. He also had a side comment. He wanted to know, how often do you need to run through brick walls?
I plead the fifth.
He says that's fair.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Yeah, care to demonstrate?
Fun fact for you, Spartan. Pemberton did also do the score for Ferrari last year.
Ooh, all right.
I've heard of it.
I do have a Spotify playlist for all Niski nominated scores that I will probably share in the Discord later if anyone's interested.
We very much are. Thank you, Nisk. And if you're not in the Discord, !Discord to find the link in the chat, or you can find it below all of us in our collective pants, as the kids say.
Is that what the kids say?
That's actually what the elder millennials, old school Vlogbrother fans might say. They'd say
that was the doobly-doo.
In my pants. When it moved to the side, it became the doobly-doo. This has become a segment on me educating y'all on Vlogbrothers lore.
Sure.
Apparently, I'm just on that YouTube grind today. Anyway, we're going to keep things chugging along here. And we're going to throw it actually to me to talk about best visual effects. Now, I'm kind of excited to talk about this category because visual effects are the type of thing that, when done well, really, really make a film stunning, like absolutely stunning. And even like small upgrades, small upgrades to visual effects might really make a huge difference, like even just like a curtain opening or closing, or breaking entirely. See how noticeable that was when that curtain broke? Poorly done visual effects can break a film, but really, really well done ones can make them. Absolutely, as I have just accidentally shown you evidence of this evening. One of the things that I think is really incredible about visual effects in cinema in general is how incredibly varied and nuanced it can be. Some movies use small amounts of visual effects very well to kind of put an accent on things, while others, superhero movies or things like that, might use incredible amounts of special effects. And some of the nominees in this category were able to pull off some really stunning looking visual effects on a pretty small budget, which is actually pretty astounding. So, without further ado, here are your nominees for Best Visual Effects at the second annual Niskies. The nominees are Godzilla -1, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, Poor Things, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, and The Creator.
And the Niski goes to Godzilla -1. In a moment here, Bill, I'm going to throw it to you, hoping that you have the number that I don't in front of me. But you could specifically mention remarkable effects on seemingly a shoestring budget. I did hear one thing. There was a number going on about the budget for this movie, and then the director came out and said, "No, we wish we had that much," which is insane because we have movies coming out here on budgets of 200 plus million that still sometimes look bad. And for what Godzilla Minus One did on a budget of my notes say $13. Um,
Impressive.
Just truly incredible work. Truly incredible work. I mean, it's the best that my big lizard friend has possibly ever looked.
Yeah.
And on a blockbuster of this scale, obviously you got a lot of devastation on a town. You got explosions. You got ships. You got guns. Could not look any better. This is us starting the investigation into what's going on in American film production budgets because we're doing something wrong because this movie looks incredible and has a fraction of the budget that we tend to give out. So thrilled to give this award to Godzilla Minus One. Incredibly deserving.
Yeah.
Incredibly deserving.
Yeah, and honestly, like as somebody who has done video production small scale in an incredibly underfunded, under-resourced way, I'll tell you, the people who can pull that kind of stuff off are like wizards. The people who just throw money at the problem, like that's cool too, absolutely. But you see a lot of talent come out when the budgets get tight and that kind of stuff. So I love that, and I agree with May. Absolutely, pay your artists. Sometimes maybe pay them $13 million. I don't know. Your choice.
I think it should also be noted that correct me if I'm wrong, Nisk, but Takashi Yamazaki, the filmmaker, the director of Godzilla Minus One, was like the main hand behind the special effects, visual effects on Godzilla Minus One. I think he's an Oscar nominee for the visual effects. Possibly.
I can't correct you because I don't know that I knew that, but hope so because he's great.
We can do a little bit of research on the break when that comes up. We'll figure that one out. The film I was actually alluding to, though, I heard when I was looking through headlines that the creator had a very small budget and pulled off some really stunning shots. Yeah.
So that, for context, was under 80 million, which was considered to be, better looking than a lot of like the $200+ million like Marvel films and other grand spectacles like Argyle, if we want to talk about more recent films that didn't look great, that had a large budget. Then Godzilla Minus One, the creator saying they were under 15 million. So just an absolutely wild difference.
Blumhouse makes horror films in the span of a week for 20 million.
I do also insane. I have to point out it was really wonderful hearing you say the winner is Godzilla Minus One. And Bill, in a second, I'm going to hope you have a number for me. The number I'm looking for, it's -1, Nisk. That's the...
Oh, damn. Yeah, you're right.
I had to stop myself from jumping
The budget was -1. They started the movie and the director gave someone $1 and said, well, wow.
Sometimes it do be like that. We have arrived at the final category of our second block here. And that means some more shorts for y'all. I know you were excited about Beach Spartan earlier, but you didn't get to see his shorts. Now you're going to get to see some of Spartan's shorts. Let's jump in to the... That's maybe the most leg that's ever been shown on this channel.
So far.
Can I get an ooh-woo in the chat? As I was saying, while we fall apart laughing and maybe make ourselves a second drink here, we're going to jump into the foreign language feature category. Enjoy some shorts, y'all. We'll be right back.
Here at the World Pictionary Championship, it is an elimination match. We have had literally the worst run that anyone has ever had through this event. So far, we are on the brink of elimination, and the tournament organizers feel so bad for us that they have given you several unfair advantages that they refuse to give to other teams. They have given you paper to draw on because they think it might be easier than drawing on a whiteboard or a chalkboard. They've even given you colored crayons so that you can express yourself more fully. And yet, you still suck so bad that I'm pretty confident we will not win this match. It's your turn to draw. It all comes down to this. Let's see how badly you mess this up. Come on, guys, don't be so negative. We can do this. We just gotta work together. Sorry, man. You know I hate to be so negative, but you're pretty garbage at this. Look, guys, I know I'm not the best, but Cheryl strained her hand playing pickleball, so you kind of need me. Give it your best, man. Win or lose, we still lose. Don't worry, guys. I'm going to give it my all, and I'm sure we can do this. You just got to believe. I got this, guys. Don't worry. Okay, here it is. My God, another masterpiece. Impossible to guess. What? Yikes. Dolphin, SpongeBob SquarePants, Woodchuck, the nation of Japan. No, come on, take a look at it really. I feel like this one's really good. Apollo 11, Spiders, Apollo 12, Existential Dread, The Littlest Man Band, Raccoons, A Power Drill, 2 raccoons making love on top of a trash pile. What if I... Huh? That was so incredibly unhelpful. Congratulations. A physical representation of my parents' feelings towards my career choices. Frosty the Snowman. Ooh, is it impending diarrhea? John Stamos. John Stamos, that's a good one. Is it? No? Oh, come on, guys. I know I'm not the best at this, but you could at least be nice to me. This is the stupidest competition in the world. I don't even know why I participated. A fire! Yes!
Did you know that walking is just a series of falling where you catch yourself every time? Watch this. Normally, when I walk, I'm perfectly fine because I stick my next foot out. But now, if I walk and I decide not to put my foot out, ooh, you get the anatomy of a fall.
Oh, hi. I was hoping that my lady and I could get a table for 2.
Welcome to El Nisco Restaurante. What's the name on the reservation?
Oh, we actually don't have a reservation. I hope that's okay.
All right, well, we got kind of a line, so it might be a second.
Yeah. It's kind of a big night for us. So, yeah, I'm willing to wait, but you know, if you could do anything to speed it up.
Names?
Cassidy and Roarin.
Cassidy and Roarin? Well, that'll never work.
Don't worry, babe. I think I can butter them up a little bit. We can get in early. Hey, just curious, man. This is a pretty popular place. How do you like your job? It's got to be cool to work in a place like this, right?
Well, I work in a restaurant that's obnoxiously busy compared to the quality of the food, service, and ambiance. I'm severely underpaid, severely overworked. My bosses are the most obnoxious people that I've ever met, and they make me sit at this tiny little desk all day. So, how do you think it is for me?
Yeesh. I'm sorry about that, man. I really feel for you.
Sir, the only joy that I have in my life is reading off people's names in fun, rhymey ways. It is literally the only thing keeping me alive right now. Take a seat. I'll call you when you can be seated.
Sounds good.
Jess and Tess.
Don't worry, babe. I'm sure he'll call our name any minute now. Any minute now.
Bill and Jill.
Yeah, I think those people got here after us.
Mike and Ike.
What name shortens to Ike?
Steve and Cleve.
Is their name Cleveland? Honestly, I think he was kind of just pissed that our names didn't rhyme, so he might never call us.
Cass and Roe.
And that's when I said, Broker, I hardly know her. No. The Niskies is a fine movie establishment, and you must not put silly little jokes like this in it. Let me show you how to do it proper. Broker.
Arnor! Run for your lives! Oh no, what's wrong? There's a foul beast. It's attacking the city. It's destroying everything in sight. We need to get out of here. Oh no, is it coming our direction? Yes, it's on its way right here, right now. Look, you can see it just past the skyline. Oh no, heavens!
That's no foul beast. It's a monster.
All right, finally, just need to do one more of these today. All right, nature's perfect here. I got the sun, the hair's fine, whatever. Sweater, good. All right, now time for the panoramic shot of where the fuck are all the leaves? They all fallen? I can't. Fallen leaves.
Hey, Denny, you got a second to chat? Oh, come in, man. You're just the guy I wanted to talk to. I was just curious how the numbers were looking. You ready to have a hard conversation? You know, I had a feeling going in. Yeah, look, man, the numbers on this latest album are straight up abysmal. At this rate, I don't think we're gonna recoup the cost of producing it. You know, things just used to be so good. I was putting out hit after hit after hit, but it was so monotonous. You know, I had to shake things up. I know, man, I know. It's just, maybe prog rock isn't your thing. I mean, I don't know what else I could do from here to shake things up. I mean, I tried metal. Those were heavy days. I made that jazz flute album. That was pretty good, all things considered. Yeah, and I thought you wanted to make a hip-hop album. I don't know how we got there. Yeah, I made that polka album after that pilgrimage to Bavaria. More like oof, papa. I even tried a ska album because I heard the kids love that. Yeah, I really thought that one would pick it up. Well, and then there was the pop album. I don't think we need to talk about that one. Let's just leave it at sequined leotards are not the thing for you. I just don't know what to do, man. I don't know how to bring this back. Yeah, I know this is hard to hear, but I think if you're gonna see the success of the glory days, you might have to think about it. I get what you're saying. You think I should return to soul?
All right, let's make sure that this code works correctly. Do like 4 plus 5 gives me 9. If I change this to like 15, perfect. Let's do divided by. All right, that's looking good. Multiplication, it's a big number. How does it handle 1? Perfect. And subtraction. Awesome. I guess the only other thing is see if I can get an error. Let's put a word in here. What in the world? Godzilla -1.
Oh, come on now, dearie. It's time to hit the pool. Hurry up. We finally made it to the intergalactic spa and resort, and this mama has been waiting all year for a galactic poolside margarita, if you know what I'm saying. Mom? Yes, dear, what is it? I don't think I want to go swimming anymore. Oh, come now. You were so excited just yesterday. Let's go. Come on, hurry up. I know I was excited, but I just, thinking about it more, I think it's too much work. It's wet, it's splashy, and I just don't think I'd enjoy myself. Now, dear, do you think I'm that dense? Tell me what's really going on. Well, you know how yesterday we went on that excursion to the planet that has the blue sun? Yeah, it's just that I kind of forgot to put sunscreen on my legs. Ugh, now I did warn you about that, didn't I? I know, but I just forgot, and now my legs, they look all weird. I understand entirely, dear, but a little bit of sunburn isn't going to stop us from hitting up the intergalactic resort pool. It's just that I'm afraid that people will make fun of me for it. Oh, dear, I'm sure that's not the thing people will make fun of you for. Well, that was kind of mean. Okay, dear, I understand completely, but I'm sure it's not that bad. Let's just have a look first. Okay, but it's just that I really don't want to be known as the guy with the blue caftan.
You guys ever have those moments where you just can't think of something even though it's on the tip of your tongue? Well, that's me with an anime that I saw recently. It's not Naruto. It's not Green Naruto either. Definitely not this one. This one just seems almost too edgy. This one's real cute, but no, that wasn't it. I wonder... Oh, no. Haikyuu is just about the power of friendship in anime, and, well, I thankfully have both. This is a throwback, but she's just too loud. Oh, here it is! Komi Can't Communicate, of course. It has to be the one that's starring the Quiet Girl.
I don't know about you, but I feel like those ones kind of took it up a notch. Especially from the first round. Oh, I hope you all enjoyed. Thank you, May. Thank you. That we're looking for terrible, so I'm glad that we hit it. And I'll also say,
but not on what scale?
Happy 7:35 p.m. everybody. I think I can write this off on my taxes. Oh, Monster still tastes the same way it did 10 years ago, if anyone was curious. Oh, goodness. Well, here we are at the, what was that, foreign language feature?
That was best foreign language feature for those of you who couldn't tell.
Nisk, do you want to remind people of the nominees?
I would love to. Everyone's already took notes. They already know what the movies are. But just in case you forgot to write them all down.
Due diligence, you know.
The nominees for best foreign language feature are A Fire, Anatomy of a Fall, Broker, Cassandra, Fallen Leaves, Godzilla -1, Monster, Return to Seoul, The Blue Caftan, and The Quiet Girl. Now, for our podium, the bronze Niski goes to Return to Seoul. The silver Niski goes to Godzilla -1. And the gold Niski goes to Broker. This was another very difficult category for me where I probably could have made this a list of 15 to 20 and still been beyond thrilled. When Bong Joon-ho won at the Oscars for Parasite, he said a thing along the lines of, if you can get over the couple inches at the bottom of the screen where subtitles are, you open yourself to a much wider world, and that's been one of my favorite things. Just like, people don't like to read movies, and that always makes me sad because there's so many wonderful films out there that just aren't in English, and I just want more people to branch out because this is such an incredible batch. I saw Broker with Spartan a little over a year ago. We saw it, I want to say, the end of January last year. It was one of the first movies that was eligible for a Niski that we saw, and I've just kind of been obsessed with it ever since. It's not the first time that we've talked about Godzilla tonight. That movie's obviously incredible. Return to Seoul didn't get very big attention. It was technically produced by Cambodia, I think, so it didn't have like a big marketing budget, but another film that I sort of walked into without knowing anything and really sort of changed my brain chemistry. I love these movies so much that it's kind of difficult for me to find a coherent way to express them. I do know that, Bill, you just recently saw 2 of these.
Yes.
And from someone who is brand new to them compared to someone who's had Broker in his head for 13 months, I kind of want to hear where you're at with it.
Yeah, so Broker, Koreeda does such an amazing job of handling the delicate like transition from kind of like an alarming, weird situation where you're really on your toes, you don't trust anybody, you're not sure what to make of what's going on. It's just slowly, delicately turns into a found family story that makes you care deeply about everybody involved. And it's a really good allegory for how effed up all of our family dynamics are. I think it's incredibly humanizing, and it's reflective for anybody who goes into it with an open mind. I can't imagine anybody walking away from that not feeling something that they can recognize about their own family dynamics and people they care about in their own lives. It's a great movie. Koreeda is an amazing filmmaker. His I don't know if it was his previous film, but from several years ago, Shoplifters is a great movie that does a lot of the same things with the found family idea, and I highly recommend that one as well.
Broker's on Hulu, Return to Seoul's on Amazon Prime. Just saying.
Here you go.
Rock and roll. Well, thank you for your good words there, and also thank you for your good words there is a sentence I just said. Thank you for wording good today, and
you're welcome.
And also for that little extra plug of information there at the end. This was the struggle that T and I ran into last year, was like we just wanted to watch all of the movies when the Niskies were done, and we were so sad at like how few of them were available to us, and like how we didn't know exactly where to find them. And this year we have access to more. We've exploited our family more. We have access to more streaming services, so I'm hopeful we can watch a few more this time around.
There's a lot that are currently available between Netflix, Hulu, Prime, HBO Max, etc. Like there's a lot more available right now than there were last year, which is exciting.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm excited too. I'm excited to check some of those out. Last year after the Niskies, I think I watched 3 films, which is like the entirety of the films that I watched in 2023 that were new. So like,
it certainly is.
Yeah, absolutely. Qualified
between
to be here.
The night after, like the night of the show and the day after, I want to say 5 people send me snaps that they were watching a movie because we talked about it in the show.
Yeah.
And I can't stress this enough. It's like the biggest compliment to me is you talked about a movie so much that it made me want to see it, and then I did see it.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why we're in the game, baby.
Well, speaking of talking about movies, it's time for us to pass things over to Bill, and our show notes here say Bill does his stuff/thing. So I'm excited to see what that's all about. Bill, take it away.
Please don't show us your thing.
That's not going to happen. I think last year I had to follow Spartan's break segment as well, and that is a tough task, and you're not going to get the same vibe from me at all, and I apologize for that. I'm going to spend a few minutes highlighting how tonight's Niski Award nominations compare with some other key sources, like the upcoming Academy Awards scheduled to be handed out on March 10th, as well as the social media home to cinephiles like Nisk and myself, Letterboxd's method of measuring the most impactful films of the last year. This is all aimed at highlighting some of Nisk's unique choices and tendencies, while also taking a moment to briefly mention a few more of the films that left lasting impressions on many in 2023 that you might not otherwise find mentioned within the confines of the show and the nominations. Just kicking things off with Letterboxd, which is essentially the internet's mecca for people who love the movies. It's a great source for sharing opinions, reviews, lists, rankings, and for making connections like I was fortunate enough to do with Nisk, which obviously led to my opportunity to be a very small part of the show. 6 of the 10 most logged newly released films on that platform in 2023 are among tonight's 10 Best Picture nominees. Barbie, Oppenheimer, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, Poor Things, Past Lives, and Killers of the Flower Moon are all contending for tonight's top award and are all prominently featured across the board tonight. 2 of those top 10 titles are also here as nominees, making appearances in other categories. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 with 2 nominations, and Bottoms is here with 1. The last 2 of that group are missing in action, coming in with no nominations. That's Saltburn and the Super Mario Brothers movie. Expanding that list out to a top 25, we have 13 making appearances here tonight with nominations in various capacities, including Asteroid City, which is 1 already tonight, The Holdovers, Anatomy of a Fall, also a winner of a Niski Award, The Boy and the Heron, Priscilla, John Wick Chapter 4, and May December. Unnominated here at the Niskies from that batch of 25 include The Hunger Games, The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, Wonka, No Hard Feelings, Five Nights at Freddy's, Society of the Snow, The Killer, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, and Scream 6. Turning our attention to comparisons to the Academy Award nominations, we have a 5 for 10 match in the Best Picture category, with Barbie, Killers of the Flower Moon, Oppenheimer, Past Lives, and Poor Things all crossing over as heavy contenders in both prestigious ceremonies. Oscar nominees for Best Picture not making the trip over to tonight's Best Picture lineup include Anatomy of the Fall, which is otherwise here with 4 nominations tonight, Maestro also here with 4, American Fiction with 3, and The Holdovers with 2. The Zone of Interest is a Best Picture contender at the Oscars, but landed with no nominations here at the Niskies. In the acting categories, we have 13 of 20 Oscar-nominated performances also on the board here at the Niski Awards. Since this award show cites 10 nominees in the big categories, while the Oscars only nominate 5, that means we're spotlighting 27 great performances that you won't see mentioned on Oscar night. Lastly, some big contenders here at the Niski Awards, which ended up with few or no nominations at the Oscars, include All of Us Strangers with 7 nominations, Broker with 5 and a win tonight already. Return to Seoul, a runner-up tonight. All with 0 nominations at this year's Oscar ceremony. Godzilla -1 is here with 8, and Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse has 7, while both just hold a single Oscar nomination. Best Animated Feature for Across the Spider-Verse and Best Visual Effects for Godzilla -1. I think that's going to do it for my little corner of the proceedings. Thanks to Goop, Spartan, and Nisk for inviting me to be here and for letting me play a small part in celebrating the great year for movies that was 2023. I appreciate you all for welcoming me in again tonight, and I'm looking forward to seeing who takes home the rest of the awards.
Well, thank you so much, Bill. Ignore the shade I threw in the... Oh, no. Oh, I killed the boy.
It's Fi-Fi dead.
I did. I did him dirty.
Bill, I absolutely love that segment. I was going in with all this positive stuff, and then Goop just fucking... Sorry, there's another drink for y'all. Comes in with the chair from the top rope. Nisk, do you want to name a finishing move after Goop, what Goop just did to me there?
Well, you don't take a chair to the top rope. That's absurd.
Sorry.
I'd also like to request that a finishing move not be named after me, if I could. Oh, I should make another
There's
drink.
a joke about the child he has here, but I'm not going to go there.
I did not make a bleep button, like a error bars button on this this show. So yeah, that one, the one that's bouncing across the screen. We'll just have to live in the awkward for now. But we have got a couple of more voices to hear from, I should say, right before we go to our next break. So, with that said, I will let them, I won't steal their thunder. I will let them introduce themselves. More voices. Enjoy.
It's KevBone316, and I've been invited to the Niskies to talk about my favorite movie of 2023. My pick for Movie of the Year 2023 is one called The Iron Claw. Now, the list of good wrestling-based films is a very, very short list. That being said, The Iron Claw is easily one of the best. It follows the true story of the legendary Von Erich wrestling family, and it tells the story of their greatest triumphs and unimaginable tragedies. The film fired on all cylinders, and it tells the story of the Von Erichs incredibly well. Zac Efron portrayed Kevin Von Erich in the lead role, and he put on such an outstanding performance, one that I didn't even know he was capable of. The film is so well done, so powerful, and so emotional, and it would be impossible to walk away from watching that movie without feeling something real. So that's my pick for Best Film of 2023. Whether you're a wrestling fan or not, I can't recommend The Iron Claw enough. Give it a watch. You won't be disappointed. Thanks for having me. Enjoy the rest of the Niskies.
Hey everybody, it's Reliable. My favorite movie of 2023 was Demona, a very easy favorite for me due to the initiative it took. One of the movie's main protagonists is a shapeshifter that is constantly changing her forms, and it's just so much fun to watch. Filled with a lovely and diverse cast of characters, the movie really takes its time to delve into the importance of individuality and being yourself. Oh, and excellent voice work from a very charming cast, by the way. Wait, is that Eugene from the Try Guys? And he does a really good job? Huh, who would have thunk? I wouldn't say it's the best movie of 2023, but it is a great movie with a lot of heart. But hey, this isn't my show. Let's get back to the awards. Nisk, I'm getting paid for this, right?
All right. And with that, we are heading into another short break here. We'll be back in 5 or so minutes. Let's say like 7:55 Eastern-ish, somewhere around there. We'll see. I'm also going to be turning back on alert sounds and replaying any that came through since the last time we broke. We'll see you in just a few minutes here, and thanks for being here once again at the Niskies. Bye! Hey, thanks for, Oh, God! Hey, thanks. You just gave someone a sub. You're a baller and a real friend, and I bet they feel the love. Hey, thanks. Ah! Wait, no, what? what a wise old sage that Spartan, and I want to put extra emphasis on the old part. Dude is ancient, like 1,000,000 years old. When I get that feeling I need sexual healing. When I get that feeling I need sexual healing. I've got this feeling so appealing. Welcome back to the second annual Niskies Award. We're about halfway through the evening. Very exciting stuff. And we're just rocking along here. I'm really excited about this next category, specifically because of its name. This is, I believe, a new category that we've never done before. No, people are looking confused on screen because my notes say it's time for the cinematography category. I don't remember that one from last year.
I think so.
You think it was in there?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess regardless, we'll pass it over to Bill and he'll talk a little bit about cinematography.
Cinematography. It is as core to making movies as anything you can do, I guess. It's the camera work, it's the lighting, it's what goes on screen. This category is populated by some grizzled veteran cinematographers who have been Oscar nominated, Oscar winners, and some new faces as well. The nominees for Best Cinematography are El Conde, Maestro, Oppenheimer, Past Lives, and Poor Things.
And the Niski goes to Oppenheimer. I see you doing a little fist bump. I see you. Yeah, I mean, an incredible year, but Hoyt van Hoytema, when he started teaming up with Nolan, it kind of felt like there was just a new era beginning. And their work together has been incredible. And in a year with so many incredible looking movies, there is just nothing out there that looks like Oppenheimer. And once again, the fact that so much of it is just practical. That's just a thing happening and you capturing it. No frills about it. Like truly mind-blowing stuff happening with Nolan and Van Hoytema teaming up together. Very exciting. If you weren't able to see it on IMAX, that's a huge bummer because Spartan, you and I saw this together on the biggest screen we could find. You want to hop in for a second?
Yeah, Niski had mentioned something that so much of this was done with practical effects, and I really think that that can't be overstated. Just I think it was very minimal, if no, like movie magic, computer magic. And spoiler alert for Oppenheimer, they test a nuclear bomb, and the fact that they were able to, capture something that is not only, cool to look at, but also accurate, like legitimately accurate to what the source material is. Because the weird thing about it is a biopic film. Like it's a 3-hour rated R World War II biopic about a scientist of all people. And they make it look like one of the most stunning and beautiful pieces of art that I have had the pleasure to witness in person.
That's big words there, my man. Earlier we had good words that I thanked people for. Now thank you for your big words. Wow. Well, thank y'all for more good words. I'm running out of them myself.
Mom.
I very clearly need to grab some more. Says the physics nerd. Ooh.
Put this nerd on blast.
This is like 2 bits in a row that you've ended up being blasted for, Spartan. Any comments on your current mental state before we move forward?
I am just as happy as always and just as stable as always, which people assume a lot of things about me, whether it's the amount of cocaine that I ingest on a daily basis or, what I'm going through. But all I can say is I'm happy to be here. And this is fantastic, even with, for everyone except for Goop, your shot you specifically took, that hurt real deep. It's fine, though. I'll get through it.
Well, there are things in the near future that you could potentially uninvite me from. I'm not saying you should, but like if you need revenge. Anyway.
Noted.
Like a lot of planning was involved in that. You can move it around real quick, right?
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah. I mean, what took more planning, your wedding or the Niskies? Before we answer
Don't
that
answer that.
question for real, we're going to move on to our next category, which is editing. And Nisk is here to talk to us a little bit about editing. Hit it.
There's two things that are the most movies, basically, when it comes down to it. Because actors, you can do that on stage, that's fine. Cinematography and film editing together, those are the two things that make this movies. And you don't have to have editing, but that's its own decision, essentially. The way that you take the shots, the takes, the way that they are spliced together is it's an art. It's a craft that I honestly don't think gets enough credit. Um, Very excited to have cinematography and editing back to back because I think they are crucial. Very excited about this batch of nominees, so let's get right into it. The nominees for Best Editing: All of Us Strangers, Barbie, Killers of the Flower Moon, Maestro, and Oppenheimer. And the Niski goes to Oppenheimer. The easiest thing that I can say about this, we've already talked about Oppenheimer's a long movie, but when you can sit in a 3-hour movie, have it pass in the blink of an eye, and you're kind of waiting for more, I could have sat in that theater for another 3 hours and probably not even felt it. That is truly remarkable work from an editor to be able to keep it moving, to have the mood move when it needs to keep things flowing. Incredible stuff. I don't know if y'all heard about Oppenheimer. It was a pretty small movie. just want to make sure I'm getting the word out about this. I know no one was really talking about it. I'm mostly just happy for Spartan that Oppenheimer has won awards. Because I know how much it means to the boy.
That's why we do the Niskies, is so that Spartan's movie opinions can be validated. Right? We said we've got this long-running joke about one of our friends and his movie opinions.
Yeah.
Let's give him a show, but we'll name it after our other friend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the long con. That's the prestige.
Exactly.
Yeah, Spartan, did you have any opinions on Everything Ever All at Once last year?
Hold up. Are we talking about the prestige suddenly?
Well, spoilers. Best picture this year is actually Christopher Nolan's The Prestige.
Yeah. Woo! I'm here for that. Oh my goodness. All right, final thoughts on editing.
I would just say that Oppenheimer is just so incredibly dense and complicated, and it's jumping timelines, and it's juggling like a completely different, almost like subset of movie within it. The Robert Downey Jr. stuff, the black and white, it's really complicated, and it's editing that you notice, which sometimes can play against, I think, in this category, like people voting for it. But it's so essential to the movie working, with the 3-hour running time, with the juggling as much story as it does, as many people as it does. It's a very, very deep bench of cast members that all have important moments. They all have room to breathe. It's just a really. I think the editing in Oppenheimer is as important as anything to it being as successful as it was. I mean, like everything you said before, it's a biopic about a scientist in World War II. It doesn't show the nuclear bomb going off. Like, there's a lot going on that kind of could play against it, and yet it was as successful as it was at the box office. As many people saw it as they did, doing well here, and I think it's impeccably put together, and that's why it was as successful as it was.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't have said it better myself, mostly because I did not see the film. It's on my list, though.
It's on Peacock.
Streaming on Peacock.
Ooh, I have that one too. I'll just say, like, in my defense, I love movies. I really do. Like, I love watching movies. I have maybe too much respect for them because I can allow zero distractions while I'm watching them. But nowadays, the 100% of the movies that I watch are ones that my wife also wants to watch, and so if she's out on it, so I saw Barbie this year, and that's about it. I saw Asteroid City and she hated it.
T, all I'm gonna say is Barbie is only half of Barbenheimer, so
that's true.
Need you to get on it.
That's true. No, yeah, that's no shade at Barbie, but it is the top movie that my wife would be willing to see of 2023. That's the next new category at the Niskies is movies Goop's wife would want to see.
It's only Twilight, like all 4 of those films, and 1 film from the new year.
Yeah, whichever one references Twilight the most via actors, lines, anything like that. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, moving on from editing, our next category is up to me. Well, it's not up to me, but it's up to me to talk about, and that would be production and costume design. You might not have noticed, but in that quick change there, I did a little complete outfit change. Changed my costume here, and you see I'm giving off an entirely different vibe here. You know, everything about me has now changed because I'm wearing a different outfit. Did I mean to put on more of an outfit during the break? Yes, maybe. Yes, mostly. I had a lot going on today. Cut me some slack. But I will say costuming, I feel like costuming is like the practical version of visual effects, which I already talked about. And genuinely, it really is, especially when we're talking about films this year that transport you to other places, whether that is time and space or like different eras, different places in the future, in the past, that kind of thing. It's, again, the type of thing where when it's done really poorly, it's really noticeable. And when it's done really well, it is completely immersive. And I'm here for that. And not just because I'm a fashion boy, as you all know, but because I am also a cinema boy when I'm allowed to watch it. So before I place my foot further into my mouth, here are your nominees for production and costume design. Nominees are Asteroid City, shout out my wife, Barbie, shout out my wife, Godzilla -1, Oppenheimer, and Poor Things.
And the Niski goes to Poor Things. I do specifically love, Goop, that you mentioned being transported to another world or another place. I forget exactly what you said, but
me too.
And that's the beauty of it, baby. That's the films. There are so many locations in this movie, and just like even architecturally, incredibly distinct. So many different designs. The costumes are changing rapidly. There's so much, and it was Poor Things was also nominated for visual effects, and the way that those all combined together did make for one of the most aesthetically pleasing movies of all of 2023. I did see this with friend of the show, Maybe May. A triple feature day. Who does that except weirdos like me? I wish I knew more about architecture, I'll be honest, because that would be a really fun segue here. Movies are good, man. Y'all ever heard of buildings? Sometimes they look different.
Yeah, absolutely. But like the feel of a place is so important to it. And I always remember one of the things, I remember hearing an interview a long time ago that one of the things that made Star Wars, the original Star Wars movie, really impactful and it got people to buy into it, was that so many sci-fi movies at the time and at the time and up until then, when they showed space, if they did, they showed it as like shiny and futuristic and everything, and Star Wars gave off this used appearance, right? This like it was a used universe, is I believe the phrasing that they used. But the production, the set design, the costuming, all of it is immersion. And the fact, I think, that you recognize that the architecture in this film is something important, but you like can't exactly place like how to talk about it, I think is really good evidence of how well it's done, you know?
Yeah, I did that on purpose.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the layup there. Nice.
I need you to
text.
say the name of the Goopymon out loud now.
I knew this would maybe be a problem. Spartan just caught a Humpy Joy Randolph with a cuteness value of 25.
Was this one of the Niski specific Goopymon you were teasing a few weeks ago?
So here's the thing. All of the Goopymon for today's stream are Niski specific. So if you were to spawn one right now, or a chaos event or something, they would all be Niski's mons. They would all be named after actors, actresses, and movies. So, you know, do with that information whatever you will. And in the meantime, while we all digest that information, I'm going to throw it over to Mr. Spartan Mello to talk about our next category, which just so happens to be voice performance, something I've been struggling with tonight. Spartan, it's all you.
If you spawn a Goopymon Chaos, oh no, T. All right, so I'm only going to be slightly distracted during this.
He caught it immediately. Awesome. Oh my goodness. Congratulations on your Crystal Giamatti.
You're doing great so far.
Voice acting is hard. Look at this. I can't keep my crap together. So why should you expect people who are reading off of absolutely ingenious scripts and sometimes alone in a dark room by themselves, or sometimes with their roommate Ben, who's just sitting in the shadows? How can you expect them to, be able to hold it through or be able to communicate emotion through voice? But I think it's really incredible, the performances that we have up for Best Voice Actor this year. Just so many amazing performances where you can not only just they're not just reading the words, it's not just the animation, but the voice itself takes it to that next level. And I know, especially with a few of these, the voice acting made me fall in love with the role and the movie in some cases itself so much more than I would have otherwise, because of that passion that they had in there and the emotion that they were able to show in their voice. And with that said, I am putting exclamation chat or catch in the chat while I proudly will introduce to you the best voice actor nominees for the Niski for this year. The nominees are Mamadou Athi, who plays Wade Ripple in Elemental, Leah Lewis, who plays Ember Lumen in Elemental, Bradley Cooper for the performance of Rocket Raccoon from Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, Chloe Grace Moretz plays Nimona from Nimona, Riz Ahmed plays Ballister Boldheart from Nimona, Shamik Moore plays Miles Morales from Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, Haley Steinfeld plays Gwen Stacy from Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, Jason Schwartzman, who plays The Spot from Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, Nanoka Hara, who plays Suzume Iwato from Suzume, and Soma Sentoki, who plays Mahito Maki from The Boy and the Heron.
The bronze Niski goes to Chloe Grace Moretz for Nimona. The silver Niski goes to Jason Schwartzman for Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. And the gold Niski goes to Bradley Cooper for Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. A little shout out to Jakenheimer for that one. Guardians of the Galaxy, to be perfectly honest, as a Marvel comic book boy from way back, was never supposed to work as a movie. This is a group that no one knows of. The people who know them, no one's really passionate about them. It's not even the team that was known for in the comics. And the fact that James Gunn's squad worked so well together and got us to 3 full films and all across this massive franchise is huge. But the fact that Bradley Cooper made, I'll just speak for myself, made me cry real good and also made me cry real bad about a CGI raccoon. How do you not win an award for that? Top 5 cinematic raccoons. Him and Raccacoonie from Everything Ever All at Once. Top tier stuff.
Sorry,
I do
Niski
real
Best
quick wanna
Picture
say-
winner, Raccacoonie from Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Yep, that's him. Everything on this list except for The Boy and the Heron is currently streaming somewhere. And voice performance is something that I'm also very passionate about that is still not getting the attention it deserves, except for basically animation themed awards. And us, who are better than the rest of them.
Helen. I like that our first year we were like, it's one of the movie events of the year, like maybe it'll be okay. And our second year we were like, we are better than everyone else. That's our branding moving forward is Niskies versus everybody.
I don't know if anyone's aware of this, but the Screen Actors Guild Awards are streaming on Netflix now.
Oh,
they're scared of us. They're trying to pull audiences away, and it's not working.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Final thoughts on voice performance.
I'm really glad that Jason Schwartzman got the silver Niski there. When I specifically mentioned the line that there was, a performance that really elevated it for me, it was that one. There's only so much you can do when a character, even by the comic artists who originally created them, was meant to be a joke. And they can not only take that joke and do that joke so well, but then truly become a tour de force that, the Spot is becoming. That's just 10 out of 10. So glad. And, also going to what Nisk was saying, this category is absolutely stacked. So even though, Elemental specifically, hi Lexi, didn't get any one of the top 3 Niskies, holy crap, those performances are amazing, and y'all should go watch Elemental. Like, just such an incredible performance all around from all these actors, and yeah, go watch them and go support them.
Elemental's very good.
Yeah, it was one of the movies
I'm also sorry to Lexi that it didn't win in this category, but it is very good. And if I didn't think it was very good, it wouldn't have been nominated. Genuinely, we all know this. It's an honor to be nominated. Being on the list is a win in its own right.
True. Yeah, that was one of the movies that I saw last year. So we're up to 3, Asteroid City, Barbie, and Elemental. And I wept. Oh my goodness. There's one line specifically. And as a father of a young daughter, it really got me. What a good movie. And also it gave me permission to cry all the time. Okay, folks. Well, we are up to our next final category of our block. Words hard, push button easier. We're going to jump into our next set of shorts here. Jump into your shorts, folks. And we will be back after this to talk about animated features. How topical right after voice performance. It's almost like we did that on purpose. Enjoy some shorts, y'all.
Earth, fire, air. Long ago, the 4 nations lived together in harmony. Then, everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked.
Wait, what do you mean?
Master of all 4 elements.
Wait, hold it.
But when the world needed him most,
It's not the right movie? Well, good enough. Elemental.
Brothers and sisters, the day has finally arrived, my initiates of the food cult.
I don't really love where this is going, guys.
It is a glorious day because today you will take on your true identities. As you all know, as members of the food cult, I, your glorious leader, have been gifted by a higher power with the ability, the power, to know what your favorite food is just by looking at you. And society, it says we should not have such attachment to our favorite foods
But I tell you today, brothers and sisters, not only is it good to be attached to your favorite foods, it is right. It is right, it is correct. And the higher power tells me, and that is why today we take ownership and we base our identities in our favorite foods.
You guys getting like weird vibes from this guy?
And we shall do so in this ceremony where I bestow upon you your new titles. And we will start with you.
Me first?
First initiate, Joseph of the Freezy Pop. Go forth with your new title, Joseph of the Freezy Pop.
Oh, yes, glorious leader, the Freezy Pop, the Freezy Pop, the Freezy Pop.
And next up is you.
Oh, I have been blessed.
Oh, you, Alice of the Green Beans.
Is he for real about this?
Alice of the Green Beans, you go forth and you claim your new name. Alice of the Green Beans. That one's a little bit weird, but that's okay.
They are delicious and nutritious, but thank you, glorious leader.
And you, William.
Cool. Yeah, I'm down, man.
Your friends call you Bill. I can tell just by looking at you.
I mean, you can see by looking at me because it's, never mind.
Bill of the Moose Tracks. Go forth, Bill, with your new name, Bill of the Moose Tracks.
Sick. Nailed it. You know what? I'm just gonna peace out. Cool. Have a good one.
Oh, and we have someone who tries to escape their fate. I won't stop you, but you cannot stop fate.
You're a weirdo, so deuces.
You go ahead. Even if you are chicken, run. Dawn of the Nugget.
What a beautiful day here in Providence, Rhode Island. And oh, what's this? Look at that. Oh, he must have his pass to be here. Psychopass, Providence.
Hey man,
what's up?
Who's that one character from Pokemon?
Not giving me a lot to go on there.
Words are escaping. You know, the one really cool character, sometimes obnoxious.
Gary?
No.
Blue?
No.
Ash's mom.
You think Ash's mom is cool?
You know.
Just like list them off, and I'll tell you when you say the one that I'm thinking of.
Okay. Misty, May, Brock, Jesse, James, Professor Oak, Professor Elm, Professor Birch, Professor Rowan, Ash, Pikachu.
Nah.
Leon, Sabrina, Entei, Professor Rowan, Cynthia, Cyndaquil.
No, she's like the one who's like very clearly Nisk's wife.
Oh. Nimona.
Yeah, that one.
Come on, Dad. You can't keep me in here forever. It's time to release the Kraken. Ruby, how many times do I have to tell you this? You're grounded. I'm sorry. You made the choice here. Ruby Gilmore, Teenage Kraken.
Huh. Oh, goodness. Oh. Yo, Jimmy, come check this out. Hey man, what's up? Are you reading a Bible right now?
Yeah, I'm going through a thing right now. Don't worry about that.
But look at this, All
right.
Oh, God. Oh, man, that is a ginormous spider. How are you not freaked out?
Yeah, I know. It freaked me out the first time I saw it too.
Okay, I don't get it. There's an arachnid in front of you and you're not panicking?
No. Look at where it's sitting.
Job 8:13?
Well, yes, but actually read it. Look, it says, everything they count on will collapse. They are leaning on a spider web.
There is maybe the largest spider I've ever seen sitting on your book.
Nah, man, you're missing the point. Look.
Oh, God, don't say it.
There's a Spider-Man across the Spider-Verse.
Suzume? Is that you?
Hey man, how's it going?
Oh, hey man. Yeah, I just got back from the focus group on your new book. They were really excited to read it. Great. I'm a little bit nervous. How did it go? Yeah, actually, they only came up with a small handful of things, and I think they'll actually be pretty easy for you to fix. Okay, rock and roll. What do we need to correct? Yeah, I'll just run through the list. The first thing they noticed is really small. It's just that there was no trademark on the cover, so we should probably take care of that. Oh yeah, I can't believe we forgot to include that. That's an easy fix. Yeah, this next one is kind of oddly specific. It says, in the pivotal scene in the second act, there's an album mentioned, and the book says that it is Kool and the Gang's iconic 1971 album, Live at PJ's, and that the title track is Sombrero Sam. Apparently, that's actually track number 3, and the title track is NT. Is that true? I don't know, the guy was like a Kool and the Gang scholar or something. Huh, can't believe I made that mistake. Yeah, the only other thing that I have here is the character that is married to the uncle, which I guess would be the aunt. Oh, which one? There are 2. Oh, yeah, sorry, the one that can't speak. Oh. They thought it was strange that she had the ability to make a full quilt from scratch while locked in prison using just scraps that she found around the prison yard, but she didn't know how to like shorten someone's pants. They thought that was a rudimentary task and there should probably be some other explanation for why she couldn't do that. Yeah, I guess you're right. I'll make some revisions and I'll get another draft back to you. All right, easy enough. Check it out, man. Okay, perfect. Yeah, this all makes a lot of sense. I knew that thing with the ant felt like a little bit off, but I didn't know what to do in the moment. Now I think I know a way to fix it, though. So just to confirm with you, I only have 3 things that I need to fix here. TM, NT, Mute, Ant Mayhem. You got it.
He was a boy. She was a heron. Can it be any more obvious? For legal reasons, we here at the Niskies do understand that was a Canada goose and not a heron, but it's as close as we got. The boy and the heron.
Oh, God, none of these make sense. Why? Why would they do it this way? Oh, screw it. Call Denzel. No, back a little bit. Perfect. Oh, hold on, I gotta take this. Hey man, what's up? The party's about to start. Like, are you on your way? Yeah, dude, I'm trying my best, but I have no clue where I am at right now. Oh, okay, man, calm down. No big deal. Well, yeah, dude, I'm not the one who chose to live in a neighborhood where all of the streets and literally every object has a weird, surrealist hippie name. Yeah, I know, it can kind of be a pain, especially when people come to visit, but the cost of living here is just so darn cheap. Probably because the weirdos who live here don't believe in the concept of money, but, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that must be really nice for you, except nobody knows how to get to your house! Yeesh, okay. It's fine, man. Why don't you just tell me what you see, like what's on the signs, and I'll tell you where to go from here. Okay, I'm coming up on the Overpass of Despair. Actually a really nice neighborhood, but not what we're looking for. Okay, curveball. Okay, what about the freeway to Glee? That seems like a good place. Ooh, yeah, no, don't get off on that one. That one is actually really, really awful. The next sign says it's for the Boulevard of Broken Dreams? That's got to be some kind of copyright infringement, right? I don't get it. Seriously? Were you not around in the early 2000s? Okay, wait. It says the next 3 exits are the Turnpike of Beginnings, the Causeway of Time, and the Avenue to Existentialism. Okay. I know where you're at.
Oh,
I know where
thank
you're
God.
at, man.
So the way that I think of it, you have 2 options. It's really easy. You can't mess it up. There's 2 options. The first, the way that I think of it is I look for an underground section that leads to a season, because like the changing of the seasons is kind of like the ending of things in the beginning. So it's like the ending of driving and the beginning of me enjoying my time at home.
Man, between your weird mnemonic devices and all the street signs here, I'm going to lose my mind.
Yeah, the other one's a little bit simpler. You're just looking for a place that references farewells, right? Because you want to say farewell to the highway and all of these miserable signs, right?
Okay, underground place to a season, reference to farewells. Got it.
Yep, both of those will get you here easy peasy. You've got 2 options. The tunnel to summer, the exit of goodbyes.
Of course.
All right, what did we think of those ones? High cinema, yes. I can't believe that those like aren't being nominated for awards at the Oscars or something.
Let me first say before we move forward, Mighty Sushi, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that so much. Anybody who's coming in off that raid or just tuning in, those shorts that you just saw are because Hollywood will not give us the rights to show the licensing to show real movie clips on stream. So Spartan and I make our own, and we mostly haven't seen the movie, so we just have to guess at what the titles mean. So I hope you enjoyed that. But now, Nisk is going to jump into the nominees for animated feature.
Once again, for those of you who didn't write everything down during the incredibly easy to follow short films, the nominees are Chicken Run, Dawn of the Nugget, Elemental, Nimona, Psychopaths Providence, Ruby Gilman Teenage Kraken, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, Suzume, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem, The Boy and the Heron, and The Tunnel to Summer, The Exit of Goodbyes. The Bronze Niski goes to Suzume. The Silver Niski goes to The Boy and the Heron. And the Gold Niski goes to Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. Whether this is your first Niskies or not, if you know like a little bit about me, you were pretty confident that Spider-Man was coming away looking pretty good. And it's not just that, it's that these two animated Spider-Man films are not only among the best superhero films ever made, and also the best animated films ever made. Into the Spider-Verse changed the way a lot of studios work and design their movies. You can just watch, like DreamWorks especially has taken a hard turn into, oh, that kind of looks like Spider-Verse, and I don't say that as a negative. It has really changed the game. And the fact that we came out in the same year as Hayao Miyazaki pretending he was retired, and then, oops, I made another movie 10 years later, maybe the best animation director of all time could be. And Suzume also just from an incredible director who is on his way to having that type of career. Just an incredible batch of movies here. Some of the best looking films, regardless of how they were made in general. And just a lot of movies I really want people to watch. I was really excited to have a pretty wide scope of movies here, I would say. Animation's always a thing that I've cared about more than I think a lot of people who are big into award shows. There's a tendency to brush them off as the stuff for kids, and that's always really bothered me because it's not a genre of film. It's just a different way to tell a story, and I love animation. I love being able to see what they can do when you sort of remove the rules of having a human body on camera. Big fan of these movies. That's my piece.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you could do me, Nisk, if you could do me just one favor, if you could, a little bit of background info first. I convinced T, my wife, to watch Into the Spider-Verse just last week. Mm-hmm. Could you do me a favor? Could you look directly into the camera and just tell her to watch this second one in the series? For me, if nothing else.
Hey, T. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse is on Netflix right now. And you should watch it for the sake of the planet.
The sake of the planet? Wow.
The whole planet.
Wow.
The whole planet.
Okay, all right. Kev says he needs to see it too. So me and Kev Bone we're gonna hang out and watch Across the
Kev
Spider.
Bone has seen. You saw 3 movies last year. Kev Bone has seen 3 movies total.
Okay, so I could bump up those numbers. He's got rookie numbers.
The percentages are moving up so fast.
All right. Final thoughts on animated features.
If possible, I'd like to just put a little plug in for Suzume. That movie is, it looks absolutely amazing. It is not a Spider-Verse-esque design, but oh my God, is it gorgeous? And while it is in no way a perfect movie, I think that the topic that it handles is beyond beautifully done. They kind of give you little bits and pieces along the way, and you especially if you know about an event that they're talking about, you really wonder how they're going to handle it. And once again, to say that they handled it in a way that was moving is an understatement. So very, very highly recommend, especially if you're okay with it not being a happy, animated film. It gets to some pretty tough places, but once again, just absolutely gorgeous and beautifully done. So can't recommend that one enough.
If you're familiar with director Makoto Shinkai, who did Your Name and Weathering with You, which are also among my favorite animated movies, this is the third sort of in a broadly thematic trilogy that I think really brings it home in a really beautiful and thoughtful way.
Rock and roll. Okay. It is now time for me to take control. I haven't had control up to this point, but I'm gonna finally take over.
But it's been all Bill.
If it's okay with y'all. Yeah. He's the puppet master pulling the strings behind everything. Yep. Here we go. All right, folks. We had a lot of fun with this last year. And we decided to bring it back because it was very well reviewed and people had a ton of fun. So it is time for some 2023 movie trivia. Every question that we ask is going to be about a movie that came out in the year 2023. Many of them Niskies winners or nominees. Some of them may have been snubbed by the Niskies. I say all of this because I didn't put together the questions this year. My lovely wife did. So if you have problems with them, like we did last year when I accidentally made a trick question, but it ended up being okay, talk to her about it. Talk to her about it, okay? So here's how this should work. There should be somewhere on your screen an extension, an overlay that you can click on. Oh, hey, T, how's it going? Awkward. But seriously, thank you so much for doing this work for me. There should be some kind of overlay or extension that you can find. Look at this. We've got this beautiful graphic here reminding us of the rules. Welcome back. It's 2024, and we're at the second annual Niskies. So the way that this works, correct answers gain points. Wrong answers lose points. The quicker you answer, the more points you win or lose. So if you answer very quickly and you're right, you gain a lot of points. If you answer very quickly and you're wrong, you lose a lot of points. Not answering does not affect your score. So it's like the PSAT. Is that how the SAT works, I think? I only took the PSAT. And the player with the most points at the end is the winner. I will give you the full disclosure here. Nisk is playing. So you have the chance to topple the king here. This could be your checkmate situation.
I wish I had written down what the scores were from last year.
It's possible I might be able to find them. I don't know. Nisk, just as a double check, are you does it look like you're able to play?
I am seeing the rules.
Okay.
The thing has popped up.
Perfect. Okay. Well, let's do the thing. I am not playing, for the record, because I can see the answers. So that would be unfair. T also should not play because she knows all the answers as well. Let's dive on in. You're going to have 30 seconds after the question pops up to answer. Let's do it. Woo! Here we go. Question number 1. Ryan Gosling accepted the role of Ken in Barbie after seeing his daughter's Ken doll on the ground next to what? Was it a squashed avocado, a squashed banana, a squashed strawberry, or a squashed lemon? The timer is freaking out. You see this? I told T, I said, I want questions that are fun. You know, they're not super technical or anything like that. Like they should be fun to know the fact, but also that Nisk might not know. So make sure you answer in that extension. And I believe if you give the extension permission to see your Twitch name, you'll pop up in the leaderboard. All right. Which squashed thing was it? It was a squashed lemon. Oh boy, we had 7 guesses on banana, 1 guess on avocado, 2 guesses on strawberry, and only 1 person got lemon correct. Absolutely incredible. We'll check in scores after 3. There are 12 total questions for the record. Jump into the next one. Here we go. Question number 2. What was Christopher Nolan's first encounter with the name Oppenheimer? Was it the National Museum of Nuclear Science and History in New Mexico? Was it lyrics from Sting's Russian? Was it the 1946 film Cloak and Dagger? Or was it in his high school history class? She's not messing. She came up. I read them like we were in the car and I was looking at the Google Doc she sent me. I was like, these are very good, T.
P, these are wild. I'm so excited that I'm going to do so poorly.
You heard it here. It's everyone's game. It's anyone's game. All right, what was it? Correct answer was lyrics from Sting's Russian. 4 people got that. 4 people guessed Cloak and Dagger. 2 people guessed National Museum of Nuclear Science and History in New Mexico. And 1 person guessed high school history class. Nice. No, you didn't mean to get it right, Bourbon. Oops. Way to go, Sting. Next question. I'm not doing so great. Whoops. Question number 3. Which Shakespeare play is Anyone But You loosely tied to? Is it Romeo and Juliet, Much Ado About Nothing, The Tempest, or A Midsummer Night's Dream? I almost always pronounce, or I say that play wrong. I always say A Midsummer's Night Dream, and that's not correct.
I think that's a common problem.
Yeah? Oh, look at me, common.
And by that, I mean, I also do that.
Well, it's our one brain cell hard at work. I also have not seen Anyone But You. Again, Asteroid City, Elemental, Barbie.
Anyone But You really, really bringing the rom-com back, though, like the real popular rom-com.
Miss Summer's Night Dream? I barely know her night. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
All right, which was it? Which Shakespeare play is Anyone But You loosely tied to? It's Much Ado About Nothing, and y'all crushed it. 7 people guessed Much Ado About Nothing. We had 2 guesses for Midsummer's Night Dream. Wait, what? Romeo and Juliet got 1, and The Tempest also got 1.
Oh, Sparty.
Negative 60K. Are you going for a negative, a low score? I almost said a negative high score.
Well.
All-time low score. Oh my goodness. Next question. You've got what? 8 more questions. Who was the other finalist for the role of Willy Wonka in the 2023 movie Wonka? Another film. Bill mentioned it earlier, but we haven't seen any noms for what's that guy's name? Timothy Chalamet, right? In Wonka?
Yeah.
Is it KJ Apa, Tom Holland, Gene Wilder's ghost, or Cole Sprouse? I feel like the answer is pretty clear here.
You say that, but then I'll get it wrong.
I don't know how you could possibly get it wrong. One of these answers is not like the other ones. Scores use absolute value. All right, which one was it? Who was the other finalist for Wonka in Wonka? It was Gene Wilder's no, it was Tom Holland. And y'all sussed that one out pretty well. Or at least about half of us did. 6 people voting Tom Holland, 4 for Cole Sprouse, nobody for KJ Apa, and 1 for Gene Wilder's ghost. Good for Gene Wilder's ghost. A sentence I say practically every day. Hey, nice work, Kevbone.
How many days do you say it impractically?
Question number 5, Killers of the Flower Moon is the most expensive biographical film ever made, costing about how many US dollar bucks? Is it 150 million, 250 million, 200 million, or 100 million? US dollar bucks. You think just a feeling that Gene Wilder would have done really well playing Willy Wonka? It's a contentious one, but you know. Has Gene Wilder ever been in a musical? What I would have loved to see is just they cast Gene Wilder's ghost, but like he's still like transparent and can't be heard, so they just like pan the pan the camera over and it's just nothing, and then everybody responds to what the line was. Well, Gene Wilder was also in The Producers, right? Great movie. All right, let's check out the answer. How much did Killers of the Flower Moon cost? It was 2 honey millies. Nice work. 6 of you snagged that one. 2 people said 150 million and 250 million apiece, and 1 person said 100 million. Let's keep cruising. We're on to question number 6 here on the Niskies Trivia Hour. It's not going to last an hour, don't worry. Question number 6, which song featured in Saltburn, also not Niski nominated, was the most expensive to license? Was it Low by Flow Rider? Was it Time to Pretend by MGMT? Was it No Cars Go by Arcade Fire? Or was it Mr. Brightside by The Killers? Heard of them?
Were we doing a score check-in?
Oh, yeah, we'll do a score check-in after this. I said after 3, and it's been 6.
Yeah, but I was like, we're at the halfway point. That seems like a good spot.
Yeah, for real.
Fun fact, I only remembered one song that was in this movie, and it's none of these options.
Ooh, that's fun.
So, we're just throwing darts at the wall on this one.
And the answer is the most expensive Saltburn song license goes to a Mr. Brightside. Like, only 2 people got this one wrong. 7 people were coming out of their cage and feeling just fine. Doing just fine, even. Nice work, y'all. Nobody guessed Time to Pretend by MGMT. They must not think that MGMT is an expensive band. Let's do a little score check-in. Oh, boy. Okay. It gives us 2 options here. Total score, Nisk Patter in the lead, but really not by that much. Could be usurped by contestant 28, contestant 14, contestant 2, or Mighty Sushi, close behind there. I don't understand the difference between these 2.
I don't either.
Is this like who's getting the most points per question?
Oh, that's how quickly or how many points they got from the previous. Yeah, that's just for question 6.
Oh, I see. Okay, gotcha. Smart. All right. The writing's on the wall here. Can anybody defeat Nisk Patter? 6 more questions to go. Good luck. Well, yeah, because it's just showing a top 5. Which Disney movie released in 2023 has the shortest running time? Was it The Marvels, Haunted Mansion, The Little Mermaid, or Wish? Spartan would start shouting here about which title has the shortest name. But does it have the shortest runtime? This is actually...
I was going to say, I think Disney released a very short thing in 2023 around their 100th anniversary, but is that considered a movie?
Well, yeah, short films are categorized differently.
Okay.
Oh, we know about shorts. I'm just setting you up for next year's Spartan stats here. Spartan.
Spartan stats about Goop Trivia.
Yeah. And the correct answer was Wish. It was both the shortest film and had the shortest name. 7 people got that correct. 2 people guessed Haunted Mansion. Oh, I did see Haunted Mansion last year, so we're up to 4 movies that I saw. Go me. I'm doing better than I thought. 1 person guessed Little Mermaid live action, and nobody said The Marvels. A next question. Question number 8. Elemental had the biggest release on Disney Plus since what popular film? And just as a note here, I believe this is most views within like the first week. Or maybe first 5 days. Was it Hocus Pocus 2, Lightyear, Encanto, or Turning Red? I think the premise of Haunted Mansion is hysterical. The whole, like the new Haunted Mansion film, the entire reason it exists is because people were obsessed with a set piece that was on the original Disneyland Haunted Mansion ride that went up very briefly and then got taken down and had a bunch of technical difficulties, but people loved it so much they've been asking for it to appear in the Haunted Mansion cinematic universe since then. It's wild. And Guillermo del Toro was going to be on that one, but he exited the project to work on other things. Anyway, the correct answer here is Hocus Pocus 2. One person got that correct. 5 people said Encanto, 3 people said Turning Red, and 2 people said Lightyear. Hocus Pocus 2 had a pretty big release, turns out.
You're
Luigi.
welcome for getting that right.
Yeah, Haunted Mansion is the one with Luigi. You're correct, yes. Spartan, were you the one person who got it right?
That I was.
Nice.
I was also part of the reason that I had such a big opening. So.
Oh, there you go.
Shout out to Hannibal Lecter.
Boy's got his brand. All right. Question number 9. We're closing in on the end of the game here. What song would Tom Blythe listen to while getting into character for his role in The Hunger Games, The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes? Was it Money, Power, Glory by Lana Del Rey, Supermassive Black Hole by Muse, Roar by Katy Perry, or Wrecking Ball by Miley Cyrus? Y'all ever heard Supermassive Black Hole by Muse?
This isn't a baseball movie, so no.
That's fair. That's fair. It's kind of about sports. Almost.
No.
Like blood sport is sport, right? The most, yeah, see, there you go. Blood sport, no different than the NFL. The correct answer here, the song was Money, Power, Glory by Lana Del Rey. 4 people got that one correct, and just a really even, this is like the most even set of answers that we've had so far. 3 people for Katy Perry, 2 for Muse, 2 for Miley Cyrus. Moving on to question number 10. We've got just 3 left here. What are the names of the 2 hikers at the beginning of the movie Cocaine Bear, which also has not seen a Niskies nomination? Were they Sven and Anna, Anna and Kristoff, Elsa and Olaf, or Hans and Elsa? I think you're seeing the reference here. It's to the Haunted Mansion, clearly. Nisk, how much were you paying attention to Cocaine Bear?
Look, I did see it. I can say that much about it.
Well, I mean, that's something. All right, what were the name of the 2 hikers at the beginning of the movie Cocaine Bear? You're scoring a bunch of points if you answered Elsa and Olaf. 1 person got that correct. 4 people said Sven and Anna. 3 said Hans and Elsa. Everyone knew that it wasn't Anna and Kristoff, though. That would be preposterous.
Well, that was obvious.
Well done to the 1 person who said Elsa and Olaf.
It was not me.
That's a tough question. That's a tough question.
Things have taken a turn these past few questions.
Question 11. Which actor was originally cast in Steve Carell's role in Asteroid City, a movie that my wife has seen? Was it Will Ferrell, Jack Black, Bill Murray, or Jeff Goldblum? It could be any of them because, as Nisk said earlier, this movie had literally every single person in the world in it. You couldn't swing a dead cat without hitting a celebrity.
I do think I know this one, and it's because my original guess was wrong when I saw the movie.
That's right. The original plan was to just have all 4 of these actors rotate, but play it straight. Yeah. And the answer is Bill Murray. Although, like, you could see Jeff Goldblum too, right? Like, it makes sense. So don't feel bad to the 5 people who guessed that. Do feel bad if you guessed Will Ferrell, because nobody here did. If you're watching the VOD, feel bad if you guessed Will Ferrell. Oh, goodness.
I'd say that Goldblum is in that movie.
Yeah. But would it surprise you if he just played another role too? Why not?
Not in the slightest. Especially not with the role that he does play.
Friends, Romans, countrymen. It's time for the final question, where you can double or nothing. No, I'm kidding. There's no double or nothing. Just a straight up question here.
Let me double my negative points, coward.
Question number 12. His character will attend Princeton, but Andrew Barth Feldman delayed going to which Ivy League school is what that should say to star in No Hard Feelings? Was it Cornell, Harvard, Dartmouth, or Yale? So he was accepted to one of these universities, and he has delayed going to it because movies. Y'all ever delay anything because of movies?
I don't have to answer that.
It's crazy that the Screen Actor Guild Awards are today, because I definitely sent out a social media thing that said probably the best movie show you'll see today.
Well, you were right. I presume.
I'm going to get
watching,
a
but I
cease
can't
and
imagine.
desist. All safety schools. He really wanted to go to the University of Michigan, right, Des? Finally, question 12. The final answer is Harvard. A lot of people went for Dartmouth, but he's trying to park his car in the Harvard yard. How you like them apples?
I do not think I'm winning this.
Well, as a wise old sage has once said to me, there's only one way
How
to
old?
find out. Like ancient, like 1,000,000 years old.
Mm.
Friends, Romans, countrymen, the final results. Contestant number 14. Nis came in third. Congratulations, contestant number 14. Well played. And if you're contestant number 14, let us know. And literally anybody not named Nisk, Pat, or Mystery Dunk, or Awk Michigander could claim that they are, because we don't.
So many points.
97,971. Well freaking done. Heck yeah, number 14.
Congrats, Real Fallen, who's claiming it in the chat.
Oh, nice. Way to go, Real Fallen. Thank you guys for playing some Niskies trivia. This was fun again this year. It was such a blast last year, too. I'm excited to bring it back.
Shout out to T.
You want T to do the questions again forever? Now,
Shout out to T. Those questions are good, T.
yeah, shout out to T. Taking things off my plate for eternity now. She's well reviewed, which means I have to do less work in the future, and we love that. All right, folks, we're going to take about a 5-ish minute break, maybe more like 6 minutes. So, go get some water, pop some more popcorn, make a little drinky drink, and we will be on to our second to last section here.
We have cameos first?
Oh, yeah, we do.
Cameos.
We do have some. I'm jumping the gun. I'm so sorry, everybody. We've got a couple of cameos, if I can find them. Let's hear from some friends here about the movies they enjoyed in the year 2023, and then we'll have a quick break before we jump back in. Enjoy.
It's imbeciles, reductive, uninspired, lazy. What do you want? Oh, I suppose you want me to share my favorite film of 2023. Sure, I can do it, but make sure you pay attention. Setting, New England. Time period, early 70s, during Christmas and New Year's. What the hell is this movie about? No idea. But damn, is it good. We aren't being told a story here. We are glimpsing into real lives of what feels like very real characters. We don't get convoluted twists and turns like some of the cinema in 2023. I'm looking at you, Saltburn. Look, I'm fine. It's fine. You know what? You're fine. You're fine, Saltburn. Saltburn. We get genuine moments here that would occur between actual people. I highly recommend this film for anyone who wants a slow burn of a film that promises human emotions in a human story. You might be asking, Goop, Nisk, Spartan, other person that Freya doesn't know anything about. Freya never said anything about the actual movie. Well, I guess you're just gonna have to watch it. Oh shit, I forgot the title. The Holdovers. It's The Holdovers. Hey guys, it's me, Freya. I was acting. This is my script. Yeah. But seriously, this isn't real. It's a prop. It was overpriced. Go ahead, watch The Holdovers, best film of 2023. Did I nail it, Nisk? Did I do good? I hope I did good. All right, happy Niskies!
Hey gang, Tuxedo Hammer here, and I wanted to talk a little today about one of my favorite movies from this year, Dungeons & Dragons: Honor Among Thieves. It's an action-adventure comedy based in, you guessed it, the D&D world. As someone who's played some Dungeons & Dragons in my time, I really appreciated the callback for settings, characters, races that are included in the game itself. There's even a nice Easter egg for those who remember the old Saturday morning cartoon Dungeons & Dragons that used to come on. I feel, however, the movie, you don't have to be a fan of D&D or the role-playing game to really enjoy it. Chris Pine is charming and funny as the main character Ed. Michelle Rodriguez looks like she would rip your head off if you stole her potato. And Hugh Grant is charmingly sleazy as the bad guy. It's got great action sequences, a wonderful story, and it's just downright funny. It's even got an owlbear in it. You should go watch it right now.
Okay, folks. Thank you to Tux and Freya there for some excellent content pieces there. We were laughing pretty hard on our end about Freya specifically. We're going to jump to a quick little break. I'm double checking that it is time for a quick little break. We're going to do a quick little break here, probably just like 5 or 6 minutes here, and then we will be right back. And I'll give you a little teaser. The next category we're going to talk about is original screenplays. I will also be unmuting the alerts here, so if that's something you're interested in, again, please, you're not obligated to, but go for it, go crazy. Now is the time if you're interested in interrupting the show with alerts. We'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks for being here. Bye.
I like you.
When I get that feeling I need sexual healing. When I get that feeling I need sexual healing. I've got this feeling so appealing.
Wait, no, what? Sexual banana phone.
Welcome back to the second annual Niskies. We're here. We're talking about movies. We're forgetting to eat our dinner. That might have just been me, actually. I only just realized at 9 o'clock at night that I did not eat dinner. I had a late lunch, so I've been like cruising through, and I've been running on the adrenaline of like doing a big show like this. So I'm fine. This is fine. We're all fine, right? Is anybody else warm?
I also had a really late lunch.
Yeah. Fair enough. Well, maybe I was running off of Nisk's late lunch energy too then. I might be hot. And I don't think
That's
anybody
not a might.
I don't think
know about
anybody
might,
will
maybe.
ever take that out of context. Roll my sleeves up. Y'all, it is time to talk about original screenplays. And I believe we're throwing it over to Bill to do a little bit of chatting about that. Take it away, Bill.
Alrighty, so we have Best Original Screenplay. This is a really interesting category with a wide variety of types of movies. We got 2 animateds, we got the highest grossing movie of the year, and a couple that are largely not in English. So a nice mix, and I have no idea what Niska is going to do. So getting right to it, the nominees for Best Original Screenplay are Anatomy of a Fall, Barbie, Past Lives, Suzume, and The Boy and the Heron.
And the Niski for Best Original Screenplay goes to Past Lives and Celine Song again. I don't want to go on too long and sort of run out of road here, because I know that that's what I'm going to do, because there's just a lot in my heart about this movie. Would someone like to take over a little bit for me, because I'm just so filled with love about this movie, and I want to let someone else have a turn.
I could just say that I think the best thing about the writing, in my mind, is how adeptly it avoids falling into cliche territory. I think the way it handles the John Magaro character, and the way he reacts to the situation, and the way he interacts with everything. Greta Lee's character, Teo Yu's character, is so unexpected and so not the way a less mature screenplay would have handled that. I think the juicy drama that could be tapped out of a more confrontational, more jagged edged kind of approach to exploring that kind of story is avoided altogether here. And I think as a result, Celine Song's approach to telling the story, it goes to more unexpected and more deeply felt places, more intimate, more real life kinds of reactions, and less histrionic, exaggerated kinds of drama that I think a lesser movie would have fallen prey to. So,
yeah, I have to say, I think that's the first time the word histrionic has ever been used on the Niskies.
Happy to do it.
Another historic evening for us.
That's why you pay Bill the big bucks to be on the panel.
Absolutely.
That's right.
Yeah. I mean, we joke that Bill is our most qualified analyst, to try to decode Nick's brain, and there he is proving it.
It's important to be fluent in Nisk because I'm not.
Yeah, somebody has to be. It's kind of like, it's like a dead language that we're all just trying to figure out through context clues, including you, the speaker of the dead language.
Yeah, I'm guessing.
I really do. I love that at the beginning of this category, like you said, very outright, this is a really broad category. There are so many cool things going on here and so many different kinds of things, and that you just can't even imagine what Nisk is going to pick. It could go any direction, and I think that's a real testament to the quality of movies in 2023. So good job, 2023.
Here.
Our next category makes a lot of sense right after original screenplay. We've got adapted screenplay. And to talk about, I'm trying to workshop an adapted pun in my head, and it's just not coming up. So you guys work on that, and Spartan's going to talk about adapted screenplays.
Well, one, I absolutely love all the emotes that just went across your screen. I think you got a fun little surprise for you. But yeah, when we're talking about adapted screenplay, that's talking about something where some sort of source material already existed and they built something from it. And specifically, they built a movie from it, which, some of these are based off of, or I think most of these are based off of books or actual real life events. And, to take something from one medium to another doesn't necessarily mean that you are just going out and doing it word for word. So many books don't translate well into movies, and that's why a lot of authors don't do well when they actually start, trying to get into films themselves. If you need any evidence of this, look at J.K. Rowling and some of the stuff that they have done and how it hasn't really translated well, especially with, people who love movies. But with that said, there were 5 movies that did insanely well for this year, and I am proud to announce the Niski nominees for Best Adapted Screenplay. The nominees are All of Us Strangers, American Fiction, Killers of the Flower Moon, Oppenheimer, and Poor Things.
And the Niski for Best Adapted Screenplay goes to All of Us Strangers. This is a movie that we've not yet been able to get into so far. And this is one of the last movies I was able to catch before we had our cutoff date. Could not be happier about this. I believe, Bill, correct me if I'm wrong, it was just added to Hulu a couple of days ago?
Yeah, as of Thursday, I want to say.
Cool. So if you've got Hulu and also you like crying, just gonna throw that out there.
I feel attacked right now. Two of my favorite
has Hulu
things.
and loves crying. 2 of your favorite things are having access to Hulu and loving to cry.
Yeah, pretty much.
Really, just a beautiful film, and in a way similar to how Bill broke down Past Lives. I think in lesser hands, this is melodramatic. It's over the top. It makes a big mess of everything, and I think it's just. And I won't claim to know the source material, but it's adapted in such a way that I think is really smart and really poignant. And not to spoil things, we're going to be mentioning this movie a couple times here coming up for some performances who really get to shine due to just a smart and tightly paced screenplay. just beautiful writing all around. A movie that I don't think got enough attention. I don't think it got a single Oscar nomination. It might be the best movie that wasn't Oscar nominated this year.
Agreed.
Really happy to spotlight it right here.
Yeah, it's. I don't know, especially if it's going to come up again. It's going to be difficult. It's difficult to talk about All of Us Strangers without diving into some of the plot elements, and I think it's really an example of a movie that if it's possible to go into it knowing virtually nothing, I think it'll take you on a wild ride. It goes to some unexpected places. It's not traditional with the way that it approaches really anything. And I knew a little bit going into it, and I wish I knew less. I'll just say that. But
well, at the risk of spoiling things, the headline that I saw about All of Us Strangers was that it was, quote, the hottest, saddest movie of 2023.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think we can leave it right at that before we talk about it more potentially later. So that was adapted screenplay. That means our next category is a fun one. Nisk gets to talk about his MVP for 2023.
This, similar to The Breakout, is a category I sort of invented back. Actually, just found this out. It was the 2015 film year. I had a weekly film podcast in college, and I made up these categories because I wanted to talk about people that really jumped into the spotlight for the first time, as far as I was aware, and really stole the show. And I also wanted to talk about the people who just sort of had the best year. You know, some people will show up in one movie every couple of years, and some people are just out there doing 5 movies a year. And we've got a lot of really talented people here who not only are doing multiple projects a year, but really knocking it out of the park on each one. So I'm just going to bring up these nominees real quick and tell you about the movies they were in. The nominees for Niskies MVP are Willem Dafoe for Asteroid City, Inside, and Poor Things. Ayo Edebiri for Bottoms, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, Theater Camp, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem. Sandra Hüller for Anatomy of a Fall and The Zone of Interest. Jason Schwartzman for Asteroid City, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, and The Hunger Games: The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. And Jeffrey Wright for American Fiction, Asteroid City, and Rusted. And the winner for Niski's MVP is Ayo Edebiri, who, being on the breakout list, shows you this is someone that I was largely not familiar with before this year. And she was really, really close to winning that award. But I think just the sort of span of movies there is kind of untouchable. And just knowing how much more work she's going to appear in, like, could not be more excited and curious to see where we're going from here. But top-notch year, some of the best movies all over the place. I gotta watch The Bear. Is also the moral to that story, because Ayo wins one and Jeremy Allen White wins the other. I gotta watch The Bear.
Well, and I mean, just look at this slide here and all of the text underneath Ayo's name there. Like, this is a Spartan stat waiting to happen. These are the most letters any person could possibly have underneath their name.
I think those are the 2 longest names as far as actual films that they're in. So it was bound to be a Niski.
Can we get Ayo Edebiri into the next Mission Impossible?
Mission Impossible and Hunger Games was the other one that's mentioned. Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. Like, that one is, yeah.
Ireland's own Ayo Edebiri.
Spartan Stats own Ayo Edebiri. All right, we are officially onto some of those big categories that we've teased a little bit about on the social media. Well, I guess we teased voice performance as well, because we're not like other girls. That was exactly the reaction I needed from both Spartan and Nisk. The and the
We aim to please.
Well, it is time for one of the many moments you've been waiting for. I assume every moment tonight is a moment you've been waiting for, but one of the ones you've maybe been anticipating a little bit more. We're going to talk about supporting actresses. And in fact, the person who's going to talk about them is me. I know him. He's me. I have a really... We're going to combine a soft spot and a deep appreciation. A soft appreciation? I have a soft spot and a deep appreciation for people who play supporting roles in practically anything. And like all of my friends who are watching this are going to go, yep, that makes sense. Most often, I tend towards not the roles in games or plays or whatever that are like the spotlight roles, but the ones that are there to fill in the background, to support the entire show, to be the ones that actually like build the environment, to set others up for success. And so the supporting actress and supporting actor category, I think are maybe two of my favorites, because it's like a category for... They're not unsung heroes because they have their category, but they're unsung heroes getting their song, right? And I think I will always love that kind of concept, that we can honor not just like the big shiny name and light stars, but the folks who are also there creating those incredible ensembles that Spartan talked about a little bit earlier in the evening. So without further ado, your nominees for Best Supporting Actress at the second annual Niskies are Danielle Brooks in The Color Purple, Penelope Cruz in Ferrari, Adele Exarchopoulos in Passengers, Claire Foy in All of Us Strangers, Minami Hamabe in Godzilla -1, Lee Ji-eun in Broker, Rachel McAdams in Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret, Julianne Moore in May, December, Carey Mulligan in Maestro, and Divine Joy Randolph in The Holdovers.
The bronze Niski goes to Lee Ji-eun for Broker. The silver Niski goes to Rachel McAdams for Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret. And the gold Niski goes to Divine Joy Randolph for The Holdovers. Keep your eyes peeled to the Oscars for that one. That's my cold shot. Divine Joy Randolph winning the Oscar this year as well. That's a movie that, with anyone else in that role up against a top of his craft Paul Giamatti, so easy to fall into the background. And it's not a loud part, but there's so much warmth to it that like that's the sweet spot. Is you have parts of it that are like a little bitter and a little bit jaded, and it always brings you back to the warmth, something to hold on to. And I think she's remarkable in that. Rachel McAdams, while being incredibly famous and like obviously a big deal, no one's surprised that she's great, I think is still somehow criminally underappreciated and knocks literally everything out of the park. I've already sort of expressed my deep love for Broker. I don't know how to do it further. It's another sort of like unglamorous role that does. I'm realizing now the core of these three are that finding a way to turn a negative situation into something hopeful, something not necessarily optimistic, but you know that while things are bad now, they won't always be bad. And that's something we really needed, not just this year, but kind of every year. It's just knowing around the corner there is going to be a way through this. And I think that these three performances in particular really brought that home in not the same way, but sort of in the same ballpark. And love all of these performances. The problem with all of these main actor categories, Martin and Bill can attest to this because they were in the call while I tried to make these decisions. The lists were at least double what the final nominee count had to be. We had a very difficult time helping me figure out how to cut it down. So choosing a winner out of these lists is also near impossible, but I'm very proud of the winners here of these performances.
Yeah, and a special shout out to the ancient demon that they summoned to help Nisk decide, because we were really desperate. You know, we couldn't do a 20 category; it would not fit on the screen. So, yeah. Any further comments about Best Supporting Actress as I completely derail things.
I think Divine Joy Randolph has a moment in The Holdovers where she's standing by herself in a room holding something in her hands, doesn't say a word. That is as big a gut punch in any movie you'll see all year, or that you could have seen in 2023, I should say. So, yeah, I love that you picked her. I think she's going to win the Oscar. I think she should, and I'm glad she won a Niski too.
I do feel a little bit obligated to see The Holdovers now. One, because I loved Freya's cameo earlier talking about it. Two, because of this Niski award, this gold Niski award win. And three, because Divine has had 2 Goopymons in chat now. And so I feel a little obligated, by the universe. So
The Holdovers, also on Peacock.
Oh, there you go. Yes. Nisk, are you going to have like a list to provide for people of where you can find all those things?
I absolutely can do that. As soon as the show ends, I'll just every Niski nominated film and the service that's currently on, I can do that right in the Discord, which, if you didn't know, is right there.
Boom. Well done. Well, thank you so much. We've got one more in this block to round things out, and entirely surprising. I think we're the first people to ever put these 2 categories next to each other. After we talk about supporting actress, we're going to talk about supporting actor. Bill, it's all you.
It's another great category. When I look at this list of 10, I've seen all 10, and when I think of the movies that are associated with these performances, these people come to mind like right off the bat. Like they're supporting. I think they're all in the right category. But they loom very large in all 10 of these movies and are a big part of why they're all great. So getting right to them, the 10 nominees for Best Supporting Actor are Jamie Bell in All of Us Strangers, Robert De Niro in Killers of the Flower Moon, Robert Downey Jr. in Oppenheimer, Glenn Howerton in Blackberry, Marshawn Lynch in Bottoms, John Magaro in Past Lives, Charles Melton in May December, Holt McCallany in The Iron Claw, Mark Ruffalo in Poor Things, and Ben Whishaw in Passages.
The bronze Niski for Best Supporting Actor goes to Charles Melton for May December. The silver Niski goes to Robert Downey Jr. for Oppenheimer. And the gold Niski goes to Jamie Bell for All of Us Strangers. The problem and with these performance categories, I think literally each one that we talk about is just like a little bit more difficult than the one before it. Also, yeah, shout out. I did like a couple of weeks ago casually mention in Goop's chat, who do you think will get a Niski nomination first, Taylor Swift or any former Super Bowl champ? I was dropping a lead in there with Marshawn Lynch being on the list. Charles Melton is someone that I was also not familiar with, but I believe was on Riverdale. But he has one of those moments where you can sort of wrap everything in a movie on one moment, one look, one scene that really kind of carries a movie that features incredible performances from Natalie Portman and Julianne Moore, and that's not easy to do. Robert Downey Jr., look, as much as I am a Marvel zombie from way back, finally free of the Tony Stark handcuffs reminds everyone why he was such a big deal in the first place, and doing some career best work there. But what Jamie Bell gets to do in All of Us Strangers, once again, one of the things I kind of love about being a supporting role is like you're not there to necessarily take the spotlight from someone else, but you are there to amplify and to project. And there's a lot of work that Jamie Bell, kind of an unsung hero for the past 5 or 10 years, gets to do with a look alone. A lot of his work is kind of dialogue free. It's just a look, an acknowledgement, and you can read what's going on through his facial features alone. And a lot of the crying that you're going to do in All of Us Strangers is just from looking into Jamie Bell's eyes. And I didn't think it was going to get an Oscar nomination, but it still hurt nonetheless. Because the moment that I saw him on screen, I was just drawn in. Was not able to look away from him. I think he's doing incredible work. This is really a good category, and also just a wide range of types of performances. Um, but I'm really really thrilled with this list.
Yeah, absolutely. Some really like strong but fun contenders. People are making jokes about Marshawn Lynch in the chat and just being here so we don't get fined. You know, it's a good time.
It
He's
feels
really great.
obvious to say that like the thing that I like about this list is that it feels like I made it, but this like it's not a list that you're going to see anywhere else. And like having
Sure.
Marshawn Lynch and Glenn Howerton on the same list as Ben Whishaw, like nobody's doing that. But I love being able to just sort of incorporate so many different kinds of things because it's not like one type of performance is good. And I movies is good, man. That's just what I say when I run out of steam.
Can we put a note for next year's show that when we make our promo images for next year, they should say "movies is good, man" on them?
Yeah.
Or movies. That was kind of last year's catchphrase. All right.
It will be forever.
Fair enough. Well, we've come to the end of our block of nominations here, and this time instead of doing some shorts here, we're gonna pivot a little bit. We're gonna adapt. Look, I finally figured out the adapted screenplay joke. We're gonna adapt on the fly, and we're gonna talk about something a little bit different. We are going to take a look ahead at movies that come out in this calendar year, 2024, and, talk a little bit about what we're excited for and maybe a little bit also about what we think might be at the Niskies next year, the third annual Niskies, which we are, I guess, right now officially confirming exist. So look forward to that.
Unless the survey comes back and y'all hated this one.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I am going to throw it to Spartan first to talk about his look ahead.
Yeah. So overall, there's a lot of movies that I'm very excited about. That should be premiering here in 2024, if I can actually remember the year that it is. So first of all, as far as like a prediction for next year, kind of looking at the schedule. First thing that kind of jumped out to me is, originally Beyond the Spider-Verse, in theory, conclusion to the Spider-Verse trilogy was originally scheduled to come out in 2025. And if by some miracle it actually does, that will be the Niski winner for every category it's up for. Once again, assuming that nothing goes weird, but that likely won't happen. So my next pick for what was going to win everything at the Niskies next year was a film by a person that Nisk loves called Bong Joon-ho. And the movie was going to be called Mickey 17, but we also just got an announcement that that's looking to be coming out in January of 2025. So I have no clue what the Niskies are going to be like, but I'm just going to go with a movie called Fall Guy. Which is a Ryan Reynolds film that looks like a lot of fun, and I don't know that it will win much of anything, but I think it might win at least one Niski. So, that's what we're hoping for at the end of the day. Other than that, I don't know many of like the foreign films coming out or anything along those lines, but I'm excited for that. When it comes to the movie that I personally am the most excited for, there is a director by the name of Guy Ritchie, who I didn't know that I really loved his stuff until I went and saw a movie with Nisk last year and, kind of looked into him a little bit more and saw that he was also the director on one of my favorite movies of all time. And so he has a movie coming out this year called The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare, which sounds like it is going to be an absolute riot, and I cannot wait to experience that in theaters.
Rock and roll. Bill, you want to take the reins here and talk about what you're excited about?
Sure. Speaking personally, I have a unique connection to Gladiator, the Ridley Scott uh, Best Picture winning epic from 2000. That some people who were like Nisk and me specifically, who kind of live and breathe this stuff, can point back to like a specific event or a specific movie that was kind of like a legitimately like life-changing event. And Gladiator was that for me. My dad took me to see it when I was in middle school. I think I was 12. And I, up until that point, I liked going to the movies. I was into it as a social outing, something to do with my parents, with friends. But I didn't care much about it beyond it being a way to kill 2 hours. That ended that day when I saw that. My jaw was on the floor for 2.5 hours. I'd never seen anything like it. It got me interested in Ridley Scott and Russell Crowe and everything that was kind of associated with that movie. I just kind of branched out from there. That was in May of 2000. It became an Oscar contender, so I got interested in following that, and that led me to things like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, which also came out that year and was a fellow heavy contender. Traffic by Steven Soderbergh. So just in that one little year, spawned from Gladiator kind of created the monster that is me, with kind of obsessively seeking out all this stuff. So Gladiator 2 both intimidates and scares me because I don't think it's necessary, really. I don't know why it's happening, but I'm excited about it. It's Ridley Scott, it's Paul Mescal, it's Pedro Pascal, it's Denzel Washington. All the pieces sound really exciting. I'm going in cautiously optimistic, but deeply excited at the same time because of the nostalgia factor of how much Gladiator means to me and how much I can kind of trace back to that. As a truly, I would not be sitting here doing this at all if I didn't have that day seeing that movie at that time in my life. So it led to job choices. Like, it truly did set me on a path. So I have a personal reason to be having a stake in that one. As far as what I think is going to be a factor next year with the Niskies, I could go really easy and say Dune 2, which opens next week and already has been seen and is well reviewed and looks like it's going to be a big, big contender. So I could cheat and say that, but I'll go a little further out and I'll call Furiosa my choice as a George Miller returning to Mad Max territory. Fury Road was a huge one in 2015. I think I know Nisk loves that one. I'm sure that would have factored heavily in the 2015 version of this and on your podcast. In 2015, I think it did. So that feels like a pretty safe bet, too. Even if it doesn't live up to Fury Road, I would imagine that it'll live up to being considered in some technical categories like we have here on the Niskies. So feel pretty safe picking that.
It is funny that I did just share with you the nominees on my podcast for the 2015 awards, and that Mad Max Fury Road was all over the place, as was Anya Taylor-Joy.
Yeah.
They're pandering to you. You've heard of Oscar bait. These films are Niski bait. I tell you. Mm-hmm. I tell you what.
That's how you know we've made it.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Bill. Nisk, I'm going to go with mine first before you give your look forward, I guess. And I'm going to say I've been looking through this list a little bit of movies that are coming out this year. And there are a few that I do want to mention just to kind of point out that I think are like either fun or weird that they're happening. One, they're making a Megamind sequel. And like, unironically, I think Megamind is a lovely film. I don't know where I first saw it. I don't know where it came from, but it is just silly in the right way for me. So I'm looking forward to a Megamind sequel, and I'm pretty sure I can convince T to watch that with me. So we can up the number of films for Goop in 2024. The second one I want to mention, I feel contractually obligated to mention Beetlejuice, because I know that that's something that my sister is looking forward to the point that like when it first got announced that the title was Beetlejuice, she texted me immediately and was like, this is a great title. This is very fun for a Beetlejuice sequel. So I have to throw that one out there. I know Hannibal Lecter also has an attachment to the Beetlejuices. I will also point out that there's a Best Christmas Pageant Ever movie coming out, which I think is wild. That's a play I was in as a child and have a strange attachment to, so we'll see how that goes. But the one that I'm really most excited for this year is Inside Out 2. Y'all know I'm a soft boy. Y'all know I like talking about emotions and feelings and how we cope with those things and how we grow and all of that stuff. And of course, I loved Inside Out. And I'm so nervous but excited. You know, the same way Bill was kind of talking about, like, nervous about Gladiator 2, that like sequels are always like a little bit of a risk for the fan, where you're like, do they ruin my thing, or do I get something incredible? So hopefully Inside Out 2 knocks it out of the park. That's what I'm really, really here for. As far as movies that I think are going to make the list on the Niskies, do they ruin my thing? Hold on. As far as movies that I think are gonna make the Niskies, I'm gonna go with, based entirely on vibes, Alien Romulus. And I say this because Nisk once watched the movie Alien at my house. That's my full analysis. I will say the first, this is not my full analysis. There's a second part to my analysis. The first list on the cast list is Kaylee Spaney, who is a Niski nominee, I believe. So maybe she'd do it again. Maybe this makes it next year. Maybe it saves Alien. I've seen the first Alien movie and that's it. I have no further commentary. Thank you for your time. Nisk, tell us about your year ahead.
Yeah, so the problem is that there's always going to be stuff that we're not going to know about this early. So a good chunk of what ends up being nominated is just something that I don't even know exists at this point in time. But there is a lot of stuff to look forward to. Steve McQueen, not the actor, the director who made 12 Years a Slave and Shame and Hunger and Widows, has a World War II movie coming out with Saoirse Ronan and Harris Dickinson. And like, I'm in. That sounds great. Robert Eggers, who made The Witch and The Lighthouse, is doing a remake of Nosferatu. And like, Rowdy Dirty Boy Willem Dafoe is going to be all up in that. It's going to be nasty. I'm very excited.
That was an incredible sentence, by the way.
Is that this year's Hot Goth Wolf?
Rowdy Dirty Boy Willem Dafoe is going to be all up in that.
All up in that. But my official pick, just looking at a quick list of projected releases for what I think will be the most nominated, director of this year's Poor Things, as well as The Favorite and The Lobster and The Killing of a Sacred Deer, Yorgos Lanthimos has a film coming out. I don't believe any plot has been released. The title is Kind of Kindness at the moment. It's changed its title a couple of times, but Niski nominee Emma Stone, Niski nominee Willem Dafoe, back at it again, Niski winner Hong Chow, and also one of my favorite character actors, Jesse Plemons. So sort of sounding like maybe an early ensemble contender as well. But New Yorgos Lanthimos is something I'm always going to be excited about, and it's his third film with Emma Stone. I'm ready. Ticket bought.
Well, rock and roll. I think that wraps us up on this section, unless anybody wants to offer commentary on Nisk's list there. I think Nosferatu getting a reboot is absolutely wild. Absolutely wild.
It's actually just a reboot of the scene from that one episode of SpongeBob.
Oh, yeah, but who was flickering the lights? Nosferatu.
That's the one. But feature length. Unless.
Hmm? That's the type of ish that could make it into a Niskies short, I tell you what. That's just, it's asking for it. I'm not calling the shot on what's going to win a Niski. I'm calling the shot for what makes it into a short. And it's...
Perfect.
Oh, my goodness. All right. Anyway, at this point, we've got a couple of more voices to hear from on their favorite movies of 2023. And then we'll be taking another break before we hit the real big categories of Best Director, Best Lead Actor, and Best Lead Actress. So let's hear from a couple of more friends. We'll be right back after that.
movie this year was Godzilla Minus One. I walked into the theater expecting your stereotypical Godzilla flick, and instead I walked away with a 2-hour love story centering around the human condition and what it takes as an individual and as a community to rise above your conditions. I can't count the amount of times that I cried when I was in the theater, and I walked away a different person than I was when I walked in. I can't speak enough about how wonderful the designs in Godzilla were. The set work was amazing, the acting was incredible, and all in all, with their tiny, tiny budget, they managed to make something that movies haven't done for me in a very long time. Godzilla Minus One was life-changing, and I hope you see it too.
No. The Barbie movie is so much more than a movie full of morals and messages. It's a way of life. It's not all about the matriarchy or the patriarchy. It's about anarchy. Just kidding. It's about all of us being our true selves together. You, me, and Sansa Kitty can choose who we want to be. Independent, self-sufficient, and all that is conscious, but a form of self. Cootie Catcher, will my day be absolutely perfect today? Oh well. I must head back to work, but Barbie movie is fantastic. Whether applauded or scrutinized, the entire film touches on a lot of really important topics and can lead to extensive, beneficial conversations. I highly recommend. Find out who you really are. I know I am Knuff. Anxiety and depression sold separately.
Well, with that, Sassy, welcome in. How's it going? Thank you so much for that. Thank you to Sassy and to Hawk for telling us about Barbie and Godzilla Minus One. We were talking a little bit earlier about how like it's just really cool that like we essentially told people like, hey, do like a couple minutes talking about whatever movie you want from last year and like just send it back to us. And we had several people who were like, hey, is this good or is this garbage? And every single one was just like perfect, right? Like we love that everybody made it their own thing and that they really got to show themselves off while also talking about something they're passionate about, which is really, really cool. So thank you to everybody who submitted a cameo for this year. We really, really appreciate helping us out and for adding some more voices to the Niskies, making it the people's show. That's what they say about it. It's Nisk.
Always have.
It's Nisk's show, but it's also the people's show. That's what they say. That's what they say. Nisk is doing this to the people. Got it. We are going to take a quick break on that note, and we will be back in just about 5 minutes, and we'll knock out our last 3 categories before we call it a night and wait patiently for the 3rd annual Niskies Awards. BRB! Oh, and alert sounds are also back online if that's something you're interested in. Why do people watch me on Twitch.tv? When I get that feeling I need sexual healing. When I get that feeling I need sexual healing. I've got this feeling so appealing. Welcome back to the second annual Niskies, now with green lighting, thanks to SMB Snowman. I appreciate that so much. It's been a while since somebody changed the light color, so that was a quick aside. Look, I made a mistake. Earlier. Two times I said there were 3 more categories, and that's just not true. I forgot the big one. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mention K-pop. That's my bad. 2 times. I said there were 3 categories. I said they were director, lead actor, lead actress. I forgot entirely about Best Picture, the big award, the great Bambino of the Niskies, as they say. So I apologize for my indiscretions, and I hope that we can all still move forward looking past that. We're going to jump into first of the last categories, which goes to Nisk. The category is director. Nisk, take it away.
Already talked a bit how fascinated I am with just sort of watching the trajectory. It's are hard. Who put so many syllables in these? This is always the category in we've been saying lesser award shows that I'm most interested in. It's the one that I always find myself weirdly invested in. We're just going to jump right into it. So the nominees here for Best Director: Bradley Cooper for Maestro, John Durkin for The Iron Claw, Greta Gerwig for Barbie, Andrew Hay, All of Us Strangers, Hirokazu Koreeda for Broker, Yorgos Lanthimos for Poor Things, Christopher Nolan for Oppenheimer, Martin Scorsese for Killers of the Flower Moon, Celine Song for Past Lives, and Takashi Yamazaki for Godzilla -1. The Bronze Niski for Best Director goes to Hirokazu Koreeda for Broker. The Silver Niski goes to Yorgos Lanthimos for Poor Things. And the Gold Niski goes to Christopher Nolan for Oppenheimer. I don't know if you've heard of Christopher Nolan. He's a young upstart, not really made any waves in the film world yet, but we're kind of looking. This is the up and up. He's really getting going. Just kidding. He's kind of been on top of the world since Memento in what, like 99 or 2001 or something like that. Um, kind of, I think it's unfairly maligned as when people first start getting into movies, Nolan is the type of person that they're obsessed with, and so people like to take him down a notch. But the reason that he's one of the most famous filmmakers is because he's, hot take, really good at making movies. And to have the career that he has had, such prominence and also really high quality, and to still find a way to up it in one of the biggest films of the year, Oppenheimer, is truly remarkable. He's good because he's hot. It says it right there in the chat. You can't argue with that. Yorgos Lanthimos is someone who's also been at the top of his game, not in as prominent of a way, broadly speaking, but his past few films have been really incredible and impressive. Love the work that he's doing that no one's really doing anything remotely similar to. And Bill did talk a little bit earlier about Hirokazu Koreeda, who is one of my favorite filmmakers working today. I think no sort of guidelines on it, no asterisks. If you just say like among my favorite filmmakers, bar none. And really in his sweet spot of just dealing with human drama and emotions and connections. And he does have a recurring theme of found family that I've always found incredibly touching. Just 3 remarkable jobs done here. Really excited about those winners.
I would also like to throw in, if I'm allowed to say, I think these pictures of people, like I got together the pictures for this category. These are like the most fun pictures because they range from like I'm a very serious movie boy on the runway to like I'm just hanging out on set, or I'm just chilling with my girls, or I'm literally just doing the red carpet with a Godzilla statue. Like, why not? I love these so much.
A lot of the team from Godzilla -1 got Godzilla shoes made, where like the heel has like his spines going up the back.
Yeah,
they're incredible. Just like, just find pictures of those shoes. They're top notch.
Nice, lovely. Any further commentary on Best Director?
I kind of wanted to mention when you picked Poor Things for production and costume design, and it kind of goes just as well here, I think. You know, the way that movie has to evoke horror, comedy, tragic drama. I mean, it's so all over the place. And even the kinds of comedy that it kind of plays with is a very broad swath. I think that's not easy to do, and Yorgos Lanthimos does that time and time again. But I think in Poor Things, I think he stretches beyond what he's done even in the past with having that wider canvas of genre and type. I think the horror stuff in the beginning of the movie is really unique and evocative and weird, and really sets a strange tone going in, and it makes the journey to get where the movie ultimately ends that much more satisfying. So I love that he placed here. And obviously Christopher Nolan, for that movie to have grossed a 3-hour biopic starring Cillian Murphy, 320, my phone's telling me $328 million in the US. Like, that's because of Christopher Nolan. I mean, I think that the thing that drives that kind of box office return and that kind of success on that front, and at a time when the movie theater industry needs that so badly. Not to mention it's R-rated, to be that high a returner. It was like it gave a lot of lifeblood to the movie theater industry, and along with Barbie, obviously, at that in kind of the heat of the summer. But Oppenheimer's climb to get there to that kind of success is so steep because of the kind of movie it is, the R rating, the running time. It just has so many things stacked against it, and the way Christopher Nolan has kind of established himself as a kind of rock star director at the top of his game is a big part of, why I think it did what it did.
Absolutely. And I think the words you said were strange, unique, evocative. Those are also the adjectives that I try to use to describe myself. That's. I'm just here to throw jokes out after. I'm glad you're here for the movie commentary, y'all, because I just pick one thing somebody says every time. I've made like 2 good movie points tonight. I'll cut myself a little bit of slack here. Instead of talking about me, we're gonna jump into our next category here, which is Spartan talking about them lead actors. Take it away, Mr. Mello.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak too much on this one ahead of time, except to say I think this was the single category that probably took us the longest to get NISC to actually whittle it down to 10 individual members. And so just the fact that some of these actors are appearing on this list, I'm sure is already a great honor for them, but hopefully they also realize the real weight behind it, because what an amazing year for lead actor performances, kind of like what we saw with lead actress performances last year, how that was an insanely stacked category for the performances we had. It seems like lead actor kind of took a little bit more weight this year, and these are incredible. So without further ado, I am happy to present to you the nominees for Best Lead Actor. Andrew Scott, All of Us Strangers. Jeffrey Wright from American Fiction. Ryan Gosling from Barbie. Song Kang-ho from Broker. Ryonosuke Kamiki from Godzilla -1. Leonardo DiCaprio from Killers of the Flower Moon. Cillian Murphy from Oppenheimer. Salah Bakri from The Blue Kaftan. Paul Giamatti from The Holdovers. And Zac Efron from The Iron Claw.
The bronze Niski for Best Lead Actor. Controversial take, but Ryan Gosling from Barbie. The silver Niski goes to Andrew Scott for All of Us Strangers. And the gold Niski goes to Cillian Murphy for Oppenheimer. So first things first, I'll get out of the way. Everyone else has Gosling and supporting, and I get it, and his reasoning for campaigning and supporting is good and admirable, but that is a 2-lead film. Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling are both leads in it. It's totally fine. Let it happen. He's great. We've all seen the clips. It's undeniable. Comedy deserves recognition, and I'm here for it. Andrew Scott has a really beautiful way to there's no way around it, to just sort of rip your heart out of your chest and make you look at it in a poignant and touching way. I'm going to say things about Andrew Scott that I also mean about Cillian Murphy. These are 2 actors who have always been incredible, and they're the kinds of people who, no matter what the size of their role is, you leave the film or the TV show thinking, well, now hold on, that guy was really something that we need to be talking about. And to have both of them getting big lead roles with like a lot to chew on is I've never said Cillian.
It's
I've never
Cillian.
said Cillian. It's Cillian. The fact that Andrew Scott and Cillian Murphy both have these prominent performances this year is really, really wonderful to see. 2 guys that you're just sort of always rooting for to get that attention, and I'm loving that they're in such a spotlight, because they both deserve it for their whole career, but also specifically for these performances.
Rock and roll. Do we have any further thoughts on lead actor as a category?
I just think Cillian Murphy is kind of undeniable if you're doing what we're doing here tonight, which it seems like is really putting a lot of weight behind Oppenheimer, which I would do myself. How do you not give recognition to Cillian Murphy? He's Yeah, it's and Andrew Scott is everything. It's really, again, it's hard for me to talk about All of Us Strangers because I don't want to give. I really think it's important to go in not knowing much.
Hulu.
If I was,
Hulu.
yes, go on Hulu and check that one out, and go on Peacock and check out Oppenheimer if you haven't. Goop. And yeah, it'll blow you away.
I think I think the note about All of Us Strangers being the hottest, saddest movie might be the thing that gets T to watch it. I think she can bite on the hot part. The sad part might take some convincing, but I think we can do it. If we all work together. Y'all have also, like, y'all have made such a good case for me to watch Oppenheimer that I think it's pretty undeniable at this point. Even if I need to, like, tell T, like, I'm going to take some time off. I'll be back in 4 hours. I just need to go watch this movie alone. I really want to. And I cannot deny this man's stare into your soul, like the eyes on the poster and in this picture that we've got of him here.
It really was, as my mom called out. Yeah, I am a physics boy at heart.
She said
I spent a lot of money and time living in this world. But holy crap, what a performance. And one that I got to see a person who I'd known through his work more than him himself, which is something that I always really kind of regret, that I never really tried to learn more about the history of the science that I was in. And to be able to see a performance that really did such an amazing job to capture what a wild and crazy man he truly was. Because there's nothing easy or clean about, Oppenheimer as a human being. And the writing is amazing. The source material that it comes from, the book, American Prometheus, just astounding. And, yes, he did have two great things lifting him up in that performance. Holy crap. It's amazing. And, that is still a performance that will probably sit with me for the next 20 years, at least.
Yeah, one of the things that this always, like, doing something like this always gets me to think about is, like, what's my favorite scene of the year in all these movies? And there's a scene in Oppenheimer with Cillian Murphy giving a speech that I think Christopher Nolan winning for director, Cillian Murphy winning for actor, like, those two awards back to back. That scene right there is I think the scene of 2023, and like the magic, the movie magic moment of the year, and that's the two of them.
Yeah, that's the scene
the
where
fact that all he said was he gives a speech, and Spartan and I both furiously nodded.
It's the speech where he talks about his Mojo Dojo Casa house, I assume.
That's the one.
Yeah. It comes right after Sublime.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, speaking of fantastic performances, I think there's probably 10 other lead performances we could talk about, like, immediately. How do you feel, Bill, about talking about lead actress?
Feel ready. I'm not going to give a lot of commentary.
Good answer.
I think I've seen 9 of these 10. I can see the 10th one in a couple of days when it hits streaming or renting ability, I guess. They are Sakura Ando for Monster, Lily Gladstone for Killers of the Flower Moon, Sandra Hüller for Anatomy of a Fall, Park Ji-min for Return to Seoul, Greta Lee for Past Lives, Natalie Portman for May December, Margot Robbie for Barbie, Kaylee Spaney for Priscilla, Emma Stone for Poor Things, and Tiana Taylor for 1001.
Some of the Niski predictors are going to run into a surprise here. The bronze Niski for Best Lead Actress goes to Lily Gladstone for Killers of the Flower Moon. The silver Niski goes to Park Ji-min for Return to Seoul. And the gold Niski goes to Emma Stone for Poor Things. I mean, still, in the grand scheme of things, a relatively young career for Emma Stone, and manages to just top her own best work consistently. Um, from starting out in, silly comedies like uh, Super Bad, and then moving on to things like Easy A, to have projected where her career has gone is wild. But she's one of the most interesting actresses working today, where just like seeing her name on a poster is like, I don't know what it is, but I want to see it. Return to Seoul is something that, for me personally, there's so much going on that really kind of digs under my skin, not just in how I watch movies, but about me specifically. And I think there's a lot of different ways that can do that. And that is a movie that is almost entirely put on the shoulders of Park Ji-min, who is incredible and remarkable. And I mean, Lily Gladstone in Killers of the Flower Moon, if in a different version of that script, that role is cut down and is arguably closer to supporting. But I think the weight that she carries when she's on screen really, it's hard to take a movie from Leonardo DiCaprio and make it yours, but she really is the shining point of that movie. Um, I mean, it was a really, really difficult category, that I also could have just doubled. We could have just done a 20 lady category here. But, you follow the own rules that you set for your own silly award show, and these are incredible performances, and I'm really excited to honor them here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. It was pointed out that I finally made a typo this year. Last year, it was in like the
You
second
did it right off the
slide.
bat.
What's that?
You did it right off the bat last year.
Yeah, exactly. It was like the first or second slide. This year, it's in like the second to last slide. So I don't know if that's progress or what, but it was there's an R that's shifted over. Good catch there. Well done. I have to say your commentary about Emma Stone having a career where she started in like less serious films, right, and is now doing these really incredible works. That's one of my favorite stories in the world of acting. Like, absolutely. Like, many people know that my wife really, really loves the Twilight films, but I love that Kristen Stewart and Robert Pattinson are doing really interesting things nowadays. And I'd like, every time I hear a story like that, that's like, hey, you remember that person who did that thing way back in the day? They're doing really great stuff nowadays. Like that's the kind of stuff that really like brings life to me. Like, genuinely. That's really good stuff. So like, there's only 50 films that I think I have to watch now based on the things that you've said. Yeah, absolutely. Anything else before we move on to our final set of shorts? All right. I think we'll leave it at that. And we've made it. We've made it the whole way through. It's been a wild ride, but it is time for our last set of shorts as we discover who is nominated for Best Picture. One last time. We'll be back in a few minutes. Enjoy these shorts. Game is Connections. Oh, like the one from the New York Times app. I love that one. Can we do Wordle next? I don't know what that is, but I'm gonna assume it's not the same thing. No, in this game, we all go around the table, share one thing about ourselves. Everybody shares the same thing about themselves. If anybody finds an identical connection between another person and them, you both drink. Last man standing wins. All right, I'll start. My name is John. Paul. George. Ringo. Shem. What are the odds? My turn? All right. I'm a baseball player. I manage a bank. Oh, I'm a stay-at-home dad. Chainsaw juggler. Really? Farmer. 10 minutes later. Ketchikan, Alaska. Boring, Oregon. Sounds like a really exciting place. Cleveland, Ohio. And here I thought he was from the boring place. Effingham, Illinois. Miami, Florida, represent. 1 hour later. Pisces, Gemini, Sagittarius, Scorpio, Cancer. 2 hours later.
Mittens. Spot. Butterscotch. Ludicrous. We called him Luda for short. Bandit. Come on, man. We've been at this for literal hours. We have gone through every single detail about all of our lives. There is not a single connection point between any of the 5 of us. Give it up. Well, I guess that makes all of us strangers.
All right, little Timmy, we know how much you love space, so we got you a piñata for your birthday, and it's of the moon.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, what is that? Hold on, Dad. It's just a bag of flour. What am I supposed to do? Great. Great. Now I'm just one of the many killers of the flower moon.
Hello? Hey, what is up? Jerry, Jer Bear, Siney Seinfeld, Felly D as the kids call him. How's it going, man? Yeah, great to hear it, man. Great to hear it. Look, I'm glad you called, because you know, as your manager, I'm here to hook you up, and I have got some great opportunities in the works for you. I tell you what, you're going to be excited about these. No, I did not get a reboot of your TV show. I know you've been looking for that, but the timing's not right. I know you've been firing people left, right, and center over that for years, but no, we'll work on it. It's in the works. I'm talking to people. Let me work, baby. Let me work. You know I've got your back. Why don't you check out the script that I sent over to you a few minutes ago? Yeah, that's right. I know it's a sequel. No, look, the kids, they love the movie about the bees. They love it. I get calls all the time. They're like, hey man, can you make Jerry do another bee movie? Like all the time. Okay, one time. But all of the focus groups say that the kids love it and that they're gonna love this new version. Oh, you saw that, huh? Yeah, yes. Yep, it does have a climactic rap battle in it, and I know you said that's not really your thing, but think about it. Think of all the famous actors who have had a successful rap career and who have launched that into greater success, after rapping in their shows, in their movies, right? Like Will Smith, Donald Glover. Okay, yeah, I know maybe those aren't the best examples, but I have faith in you, baby. I know you can do it. Yeah, absolutely. Come on. Who better than Felly D, right? That's right. Yeah, I want to hear you say it. Yeah, that's my boy. You got this, man. All right. You look over that script. You tell me any notes you have. I'll pass them on to production, and I'm excited to get working on this one. The B movie too. What? How exciting. My niece is going to be over the moon. Oh, no, don't worry about that, man. All right, you have a good one. It was good talking to you, Felly D. What's up? And hey, Jerry, spit a bar, B.
All right, I've got Jax on the ropes. I've bullied him a little bit already. Just need to be smart. And ooh, I see a chance. Let's drop a big old bomb on him. Ooh, can I get in Oppenheimer? Wait a minute. Oppenheimer? That doesn't sound right. It sounds like a movie, though. I wonder if it's a Niski nominee. Oppenheimer.
Oh my. Sir, we finally found it. Yes, the mirror of amplification. Really? Oh, thank God. This is one of the most important finds we've ever made. Legend says that it takes anything that you are and it amplifies it. The rich become richer, the funny become funnier, the lavish become lavisher. Oh, this is gonna be so important because, I gotta be honest with you guys. I have not been in the best way financially, and to be completely transparent with you, this nice shirt is really the last nice thing
that I own. So I really, really need this discovery. I need to make some money.
Oh, yes, sir. I imagine this will solve all your problems.
All right, hand it here.
Yes, sir. Here you go.
Oh, come on.
What is it, sir? What have you become?
Hang on. Let me just double check my bank account. Yep. Broker.
That reincarnation test told me that I used to be somebody who loved wood. Can't use that for a joke, though, because chat's way too horny to take it seriously. Hold on. Is that who I used to be in a past lives?
Ooh, don't go. Hey, Mom, what's up? Yeah, look, Mom, I'm gonna stop you right there. We have been over this. We have been over this so many times. Uncle G cannot have a +1 invitation to the wedding. It just cannot happen. No, I know. And you don't have to get into it. I've already heard it. I've heard it a million times. I know the whole spiel. I can say it myself. Oh, we have to be respectful to Uncle G, even though he married into the family. He married Aunt Cheryl. She died in a tragic King Kong accident. I know. I've heard it so many times, but we simply cannot afford to have him bring a +1 to the wedding. One, it would be super duper awkward because it wouldn't be Aunt Cheryl. And two, if he's gonna bring somebody else, it's gonna end up being Mothra. And if Mothra is at the reception, they're gonna get into a fight again and they're going to destroy Tokyo again, yet again. Need I remind you, yet again. And my insurance premiums cannot go up again. I simply cannot handle that, okay? And on top of that, we just don't have the space, you know? We do not have the space. We already had to change venues 2 times, and the wedding is in literally 1 week. Yes, I know. He just keeps grumbling and snorting smoke and breathing fire and all of that and saying, Godzilla +1, Godzilla +1, Godzilla +1. At this point, if I have to hear about this one more time, I am going to invite him. I'm going to uninvite him. I can't even get my words straight. I'm going to uninvite him from the wedding. I don't care. Do whatever you have to do. Get it through his thick skull that if he brings this up one more time, it will not be Godzilla +1. It will be Godzilla -1.
All right, it's movie night in the Spartan household. What do we got on Disney Plus? Let's do a Pixar movie. You know, I'm not feeling any of these. Just there's nothing gonna originals. Who needs to be originals? We don't need shorts. My attention span is short enough as it is. You know, at times like this, I feel like I just really need to return to Seoul.
All right, everybody, the League of Superheroes has finally assembled. Everybody, go around and introduce yourselves. I'm the Liftinator, and I lift things. That's right, and I'm the Punchinator, and I punch things. All right, dude, I'm the Throwinator, and I throw things. That's right, y'all, and I'm the Runinator, and I run things. Oh, yeah, I'm the Marketinginator, and I run all your social media accounts. That one's super important, actually, in today's day and age, for real. Thanks. Hey guys, last but certainly not least, I'm the Pourinator and I pour things.
Hello there. My name is Ben, and I am a streamer from Universe 7100. I was able to catch the Niskies last year, and I'm so glad that they asked me to be able to present one of the nominees for this year. So, with my trusty cardboard cutout roommate in the background, Spartan, I am happy to announce that one of the nominees is Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse.
I
love taking that picture.
Spartan as a cardboard cutout is perfect. I think we can safely say that the number of jerseys included in this year's shorts is just through the roof, you know? You doing okay, Nisk?
I'm doing great, yeah.
You all right?
I'm just thinking about how many jerseys you're gonna have to buy for next year.
Well, T, you heard the man. I have to. I can't not. I have to. I've got 2 in mind that I could buy right now. Nisk, one last time. Just in case, probably at this point everybody's taking great notes. But just in case, one last time, could you please read us through our final category?
The nominees for Best Picture: All of Us Strangers, Barbie, Broker, Godzilla Minus One, Pillars of the Flower Moon, Oppenheimer, Past Lives, Poor Things, Return to Seoul, and Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. The Bronze Niski for Best Picture goes to Poor Things. The Silver Niski for Best Picture goes to Oppenheimer. And the Gold Niski for Best Picture goes to Past Lives. I try not to think too hard about my own personal movie ranking lists throughout the year. I wait till the end. I try to let it, establish itself without me working too hard at it. But every time I put remotely any thought to it, the only thing I could think of was Past Lives. It's lived in my brain. It's lived in my soul since the moment that I saw it. And it's kind of funny to compare it to last year just in terms of scale, because Everything Ever All at Once is so big and expansive, and there's so much going on. And Past Lives is a much quieter, a much more intimate story of just it's a story about what ifs. What if this had happened instead of this? This is where I'm at now. I'm not the person that I used to be, and just how do you move on with having your own version of someone in your head when they've gone through a different life than you, and how they've changed. And it's just something that sticks with you. And I think it's so important to be able to mix, the big grandiose extravagant stories with just things that humans go through, just genuine emotion and storytelling. And Past Lives has not been far from the front of my brain since the moment I saw it.
Well, there you have it. The second annual Niski for Best Picture going to Past Lives. A little bit of a shakeup. Some people in the chat quite surprised about that.
Surprised.
Yeah. You said you're surprised, Bill?
I am. I detected an Oppenheimer sweep kind of coming, and I was surprised.
Yeah, Oppenheimer certainly won its fair share of awards tonight, but yeah. I immediately after last year's show went and watched Everything Everywhere All at Once, and I enjoyed it quite a bit. You'll never be surprised who thought it was weird and ridiculous. But are you telling me that there are? You said that this one's a lot quieter and more tame than like Everything Everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
You're telling me there's fewer cosmic bagels in this one, or
Yeah.
is that a running theme?
At least one less.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Well, I feel like all 3 of these films we've done a pretty good amount of talking about, and I don't know. I'll just ask if you have any final thoughts on the 3 of these. Nisk, what is that?
That's him. That's the boy.
But you're the boy.
It's me, but smaller and shinier than usual.
I'm glad that finally made it into your hands.
Yeah, it was a very confusing door open a moment ago.
Yeah, exclamation.
For the context,
Niski's in the chat.
Yeah, for the context behind this, Nisk's mom is an amazing person, and she reached out, at least to a few of us, looking to see if this could be a possibility. Major shout out to May, as well as their student, who ended up going through the creation process of it. It is wild that is a real thing, but I hope you know how much you are loved and how fantastic you are that you can make a show like this a possibility, and we love you, Nisk.
That's this suit jacket, by the way.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Do the pose. Do the pose. Do it.
Love it.
There
It's not the same tie, but everything else is
wait. I went to hit the cheer button really excitedly, and I just fat fingered a bunch of different buttons.
Hell
Well,
yeah. And that's the Niskies, baby.
That's the Niskies right there. That is it.
We're getting yanked off the stage, guys.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, with that, we're gonna wrap up the show for the evening, and this is the part where we talk for 1 hour about how grateful we are to be here. We're not going to do that. Wait, say that again.
I said shout out to Des.
Yeah. And shout out to Special Lady in the chat. Super stoked that you're here for real. I do just want to say a quick thank you to everybody. It was really cool to make this happen last year. It was exceptionally cool to make it happen a second year in a row and to feel a little bit more confident about it going in. And to feel a little bit more confident in kind of like the silly things that we can do, the quote unquote risks that we can take, but also that we can pull off something of this scale and that people will support it. So from the bottom of my heart, I know I've been saying this a lot lately, but thank you so much for supporting me and supporting all of us in all of the weird, fulfilling, crazy things that we do. I really genuinely believe that I have like the best community on the internet. Y'all are some of the best beans out there, and I am so glad to be here with you. Gentlemen, if you have anything to say, now is the time.
Yeah, I'll just jump in and say, and I've said it a couple times already, just like what a weird thing this is, and what a weird thing that you're all here for. I like to think of this as equal parts deeply silly and just genuinely honest. And the fact that we can do our big dumb bits and also just give me an excuse to talk about the things that mean the most to me and have people actually want to hear it. Crazy. Some of you are going to send me messages that you've watched some of these movies in the next week, and I'm over the moon about that. I can't wait for those.
Yeah. If you want, I'll give you the space. I'll give you the permission. If you watch one of the movies that was in the Niskies, sometime in the near future, or because of the Niskies, you can post it in the Discord chat and the Movies Talkies chat. We would love to hear about it. Absolutely. It will make Nisk very, very happy. And also, I'll just be stoked to see that because I love it when y'all support each other. So yeah, please do if you feel comfortable with that. Martin?
I don't know that there's much else to say. Thank you guys for coming. And once again, thank you to these 3 amazing co-hosts I have. This is an amazing event, and y'all are fantastic.
Rock and roll.
I just really quick want to say that I'm obviously cognizant of the fact that this is like a well-honed machine that I'm walking into when I do this, and you guys are obviously a very tight group, and I can't thank you enough for making me feel welcome and like I belong and like I can be myself, and this is a great time, and I'm happy to be a part of it. And I just, not just Spartan, Nisk and Goop, but the chat as well. Like it's obviously an amazing group, and I would love to be I need to be a more active part in this beyond just this one night a year. And that's something, I know I said that last year, but I need to actually do it.
Hey, you hooked him. Yeah, if you guys like Star Trek, talk to Bill.
Big true.
Like, I recently just found out he had a second Twitter profile specifically for Star Trek.
Yeah.
And it is fantastic. If you love Star Trek, especially Next Generation, talk to him. Oh gosh, that's wonderful.
Give that man his promos.
Yeah, absolutely.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, and you are always welcome in the Discord if you want to hit up the Movies Talkies or the television channel. Those are great places. Great places to share thoughts on that kind of stuff. Good places to engage. I will echo all these thoughts and just say, hey, thank the 3 of you for doing this with me again. I have been looking forward to this both in the It's a lot of stuff to do, but also it's just a lot of fun once you're in the middle of it, kind of way. And I'm just so glad to be here. That's going to do it for us tonight. This has been a lot of fun. I am going to post the VOD to YouTube so you all know. I'm going to tell myself that I'm going to post at least my shorts, maybe Spartan's if he's cool with it too, to like TikTok and YouTube and those kinds of short form video places. And I'll try to get some highlights out there as well. Otherwise, hang out with me in the Discord. Seriously, I love talking to you guys so much. I will be back on Monday. I'll be back on Monday for my my regularly scheduled Monday stream, which is a thing I get to say now because this is my job. I love you guys so much. We should rate a person. We should throw all of you at somebody. I'm thinking it's Jammy.
Still thinking Jammy, yeah.
You thinking it's Jam? I'm thinking it's Jammy. Y'all, if you don't know Jammy Whammy Games, she's absolutely fantastic. She was in the chat a little bit earlier today, sharing a lot of love and hanging out a little bit, watching the show. Goopimon. Humping song. Radical.
Perfect ending. No notes.
Radical.
Send us to Jammy.
Nah. I'll give you another one. Elderheimer. I'm hitting the start raid button. Y'all, go show Jammy some love. Another humpy baby. Relight, nice catch. Copy that thing that Nisk just spammed in the chat. Post it in Jammy's chat. Make her feel special. Oh my goodness. Y'all are absolutely wonderful. And I cannot believe that I get to. So, I'll be back on Monday. In the meantime, as always, do me the biggest of favors. On behalf of everyone here at the Niskies, be kind to yourselves. Be kind to each other. We love you guys so much. Have a great night. Bye.
Bye.